I thought back and suddenly recalled the tickling in my head, the heat rolling over me. What does that mean exactly? An aura can tell a spirit user about someone's personality. But Oksana can also dig further, reaching in and actually reading more specific information about a person. Sometimes she can tie that ability into compulsion, but the results are very, very powerful. And wrong. It's not right to do that to someone you have no bond with. It took me a moment to process that. Neither Lissa nor Adrian could read the thoughts of others. The closest Adrian could come to someone's mind was the dream walking. Lissa couldn't do that, not even for me. I could feel her, but the opposite wasn't true. Oksana could feel, oh, I don't know how to explain it. There's a recklessness in you. You're on some sort of quest. There's vengeance written all over your soul. He suddenly reached over and lifted my hair up, peering at my neck. Just as I thought. You're unpromised. I jerked my head back. Why is that such a big deal? That whole town back there is filled with dompiers who aren't guardians. I still thought Mark was a nice guy, but being preached to always irritated me. Yes, but they've chosen to settle down. You, and others like you become vigilantes of sorts. You're obsessed with hunting strigoi on your own, with personally setting out to right the wrongs that whole race has brought down upon us. That can only lead to trouble. I see it all the time. All the time. I asked, startled. Why do you think guardian numbers are dwindling? They're leaving to have homes and families. Or they're going off like you, still fighting but answering to no one unless they're hired to be bodyguards or strigoi hunters. Dompiers for hire. I suddenly began to understand how a non-royal like Abe had gotten his bodyguards. Money could make anything happen, I supposed. I've never heard of anything like that. Of course not. You think the Maroi and other guardians want that widely known? Want to dangle that in front of you as an option? I don't see what's so wrong with strigoi hunting. We're always defensive, not offensive, when it comes to strigoi. Maybe if more dompiers set out after them, they wouldn't be such a problem. Perhaps, but there are different ways of going about that, some better than others. And when you're going out like you are with a heart filled with sorrow and revenge, that's not one of the better ways. It'll make you sloppy. And the shadow-kissed darkness will just complicate things. I crossed my arms over my chest and stared stonily ahead. Yeah, well, it's not like I can do much about that. He turned to me, expression surprised once more. Why don't you just have your bondmate heal the darkness out of you? Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 11. I stared at Mark for several long seconds. Finally, stupidly, I asked, did you say, heal? Mark stared at me in equal surprise. Yes, of course. She can heal other things, right? Why not this? Because. I frowned. That doesn't make any sense. The darkness, all the bad side effects, those come from Lissa. If she could just heal it, why wouldn't she heal it out of herself? Because when it's in her, it's too ingrained. Too tied into her being. She can't heal it the way she can other things. But once your bond has pulled it into you, it's like any other sickness. My heart was pounding in my chest. What he was suggesting was too ridiculously easy. No, it was just ridiculous, period. There was no way after all that we'd been through that Lissa could heal that rage and depression the way she could a cold or a broken leg. Viktor Dashkov, despite his wicked schemes, had known an astonishing amount about spirit and had explained it to us. The other four elements were more physical in nature, but spirit came from the mind and soul. To use that much mental energy to be able to do such powerful things couldn't be done without devastating side effects. We'd been fighting those side effects from the beginning, first in Lissa and then in me. They couldn't just go away. If that were possible, I said quietly, then everyone would have done it. Ms. Karp wouldn't have lost her mind. Anna wouldn't have committed suicide? What you're saying is too easy. Mark didn't know who I was talking about, but clearly it didn't matter for what he wanted to express. You're right. It's not easy at all. It requires a careful balance, a circle of trust and strength between two people. It took Oksana and me a long time to learn, many hard years. His face darkened, and I could only imagine what those years had been like. My short time with Lisa had been bad enough. They'd had to live with this a lot longer than we had. It had to have been unbearable at times. Slowly, wonderingly, I dared to give credence to his words. But now you guys are okay. There was a flicker of a wry smile on his lips. I'd hardly say we're perfectly okay. There's only so much she can do, but it makes life manageable. She spaces out the healings as long as we can handle it, since it takes a lot out of her. It's draining, and it limits her overall power. What do you mean? He shrugged. She can still do the other things, healing, compulsion, but not to the levels she would if she wasn't always healing me. My hope faltered. Oh. Then. I couldn't do that to Lisa. Compared to what she's doing to you. Rose. I have a feeling she'd think it was a fair trade. I thought back to our last meeting. I thought about how I'd left her there, despite her begging. I thought about the lows she'd been experiencing in my absence. I thought about how she'd refused to heal Dimitri when I thought there might still be hope for him. We'd both been bad friends. I shook my head. I don't know, I said in a small voice. I don't know if she would. Mark gave me a long, level look, but he didn't push me on the matter. He glanced up at the sun, almost as if he could tell the time from it. He probably could. He had that surviving in the wilderness kind of feel to him. The others will wonder what happened to us. Before we go. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, plain silver ring. Learning to heal will take time. What worries me the most right now is this vigilante mood you're in. The darkness is only going to make it worse. Take this. He extended the ring to me. I hesitated and then reached for it. What is it? Oksana infused it with spirit. It's a healing charm. Once again, shock ran through me. Maroi charmed objects with elements all the time. Stakes were charmed with all 4 of the physical elements, making them lethal to strigoi. Victor had charmed a necklace with earth magic, using the base nature of earth to turn the necklace into a lust charm. Even Sydney's tattoo was a charm of sorts. I supposed there was no reason that spirit couldn't charm objects too, but it had never occurred to me, probably because Lisa's powers were still too new and too foreign. What's it do? I mean, what kind of healing? It'll help with your moods. It can't get rid of them, but it'll lessen them, help you think more clearly. Might keep you out of trouble. Oksana makes these for me to help between healings. I started to slip it on, but he shook his head. Save it for when you really feel out of control. The magic won't last forever. It fades just like any other charm. I stared at the ring, my mind suddenly open to all sorts of new possibilities. A few moments later, I slipped it into my coat pocket. Paul stuck his head out the back door. Grandmother wants to leave now, he told me. She wants to know why you're taking so long and said to ask why you'd make someone as old as her keep waiting and suffering with her back. I recalled how fast Yeva had been walking while I struggled to keep up with my load. Her back hadn't seemed all that bad to me, but again, I remembered that Paul was only the messenger and spared him my commentary. Okay. I'll be right there. When he was gone, I shook my head. It's hard being worthy. I moved toward the door, then gave Mark a backward glance, as a random thought occurred to me. You're telling me that going off on your own is bad, but you aren't a guardian either. He smiled at me again, one of those sad, wry smiles. I used to be. Then Oksana saved my life. We bonded and eventually fell in love. I couldn't stand to be separated from her after that, and the guardians would have assigned me elsewhere. I had to go. Was it hard to leave them? Very. Our age difference made it even more scandalous. A strange chill ran through me. Mark and Oksana were the embodiment of the two halves of my life. They fought against a shadow-kissed bond as Lisa and I did, and also faced the same condemnation for their relationship that Dimitri and I had. Mark continued, but sometimes, we have to listen to our hearts. And even though I left, I'm not out there recklessly going after strigoi. I'm an old man living with the woman he loves and tending his garden. There's a difference, don't forget that. My mind was reeling when I returned to the Belikov house. Without the bricks, the walk back had been a lot easier. It had given me a chance to ponder Mark's words. I felt like I'd received a lifetime of information in a 1-hour conversation. Olena was going about the house, doing her normal tasks of cooking and cleaning. While I would personally never want to spend my days doing those sorts of domestic duties, I had to admit there was something comforting about always having someone who was around, ready to cook and worry about me on a daily basis. I knew it was a purely selfish desire, just as I knew my own mom was doing important things with her life. I shouldn't judge her. Still, it made me feel warm and cared for to have Olena treat me like a daughter when she hardly knew me. "Are you hungry?" she asked automatically. I think one of the greatest fears in her life was that someone might go hungry in her home. Sydney's perpetual lack of appetite had been a non-stop worry for Olena. I hid a smile. "No, we ate at Mark and Oksana's." "Ah, that's where you were? They're good people." "Where is everyone?" I asked. The house was unusually quiet. "Sonia and Carolina are at work. Victoria's out at a friend's, but she'll be glad you're back." "What about Sydney?" "She left a little while ago. She said she was going back to St. Petersburg." "What?" I exclaimed. "Left for good?" "Just like that." Sydney had a blunt nature, but this was abrupt even for her. "The alchemists, well, they're always on the move." Olena handed me a piece of paper. "She left this for you." I took the note and immediately opened it. Sydney's handwriting was neat and precise. Somehow this didn't surprise me. "Rose, I'm sorry I had to leave so quickly, but when the alchemists tell me to jump, well, I jump. I've hitched a ride back to that farm town we stayed in so that I can pick up the Red Hurricane, and then I'm off to St. Petersburg. Apparently, now that you've been delivered to Bea, they don't need me to stick around anymore. I wish I could tell you more about Abe and what he wants from you. Even if I was allowed to, there isn't much to say. In some ways, he's as much a mystery to me as he is to you. Like I said, a lot of the business he deals in is illegal both among humans and Maroi. The only time he gets directly involved with people is when something relates to that business or if it's a very, very special case. I think you're one of those cases, and even if he doesn't intend you harm, he might want to use you for his own purposes. It could be as simple as him wanting to contract you as a bodyguard, seeing as you're rogue. Maybe he wants to use you to get to others. Maybe this is all part of someone else's plan, someone who's even more mysterious than him. Maybe he's doing someone a favor. Zime can be dangerous or kind, all depending on what he needs to accomplish. I never thought I'd care enough to say this to a Dongper, but be careful. I don't know what your plans are now, but I have a feeling trouble follows you around. Call me if there's anything I can help with, but if you go back to the big cities to hunt strigoi, don't leave any more bodies unattended. All the best, Sydney. P.S. The Red Hurricane is what I named the car. P.P.S. Just because I like you, it doesn't mean I still don't think you're an evil creature of the night. You are. Her cell phone number was added at the bottom, and I couldn't help but smile. Since we'd ridden to Bea with Abe and his guardians, Sydney had had to leave the car behind, which had traumatized her almost as much as the strigoi. I hoped the alchemists would let her keep it. I shook my head, amused in spite of her warnings about Abe. The red hurricane. As I headed upstairs to my room, my smile faded. Despite her abrasive attitude, I was going to miss Sydney. She might not exactly be a friend, or was she, but in this brief time, I'd come to regard her as a constant in my life. I didn't have many of those left anymore. I felt adrift, unsure what to do now. I'd come here to bring peace to Dimitri and had only ended up bringing grief to his family. And if what everyone said was true, I wasn't going to find many strigoi here in Bea. Somehow, I couldn't picture Dimitri, wandering the road and farms for the occasional prey. Even as a strigoi, and it killed me to think those words, Dimitri would have a purpose. If he wasn't returning to the familiar sights of his hometown, then he would be doing something else meaningful, in as much as a strigoi could. Sydney's comment in the note had verified what I kept hearing over and over: strigoi were in the cities. But which one? Where would Dimitri go? Now I was the one without a purpose. On top of it all, I couldn't help but replay Mark's words. Was I really on an insane vigilante mission? Was I foolishly rushing to my death? Or was I foolishly rushing into nothing? Was I doomed to spend the rest of my days wandering alone? Sitting on my bed, I felt my mood plummet and knew I had to distract myself. I was too susceptible to dark emotions. As long as Lissa used spirit, I didn't need to further encourage them. I slipped on the ring that Mark had given me, hoping it would bring some sort of clarity and tranquility. I felt no noticeable difference, though, and decided to seek peace from that same place I always did, Lissa's mind. She was with Adrian, and the two were practicing spirit again. After some initial bumps in the road, Adrian was proving a quick study at healing. That had been the first of Lissa's powers to manifest, and it always irked her that he made more progress on what she had to teach him than vice versa. "I'm running out of things for you to heal," she said, setting some tiny potted plants onto a table. "Unless we start cutting off limbs or something." Adrian smiled. I used to tease Rose about that, how I was going to impress her by healing amputees or something equally absurd. "Oh, and I'm sure she had a smart-ass response for you each time." Yes, she did." His face was fond as he recalled the memory. There was a part of me that was always insanely curious to hear them talk about me, yet at the same time, I always felt bad at the grief my name seemed to invoke. Lissa groaned and stretched out on the carpeted floor. They were in a dorm lounge, and curfew was swiftly approaching. "I want to talk to her, Adrian." "You can't," he said. There was an unusual seriousness in his voice. "I know she still checks in on you. That's the closest you'll get to talking to her. And honestly, that's not so bad. You can tell her exactly how you feel." "Yeah, but I want to hear her talk back like you do in your dreams." This made him smile again. "She does plenty of talking back, believe me." Lissa sat up straight. "Do it now." "Do what now?" "Go visit her dreams. You always try to explain it to me, but I've never actually seen it." "Let me watch." He stared, at a loss for words. "That's kind of voyeuristic." "Adrian, I want to learn this, and we've tried everything else. I can feel the magic around you sometimes. Just do it, okay?" He started to protest again, but then bit off his comment after studying her face for a moment. Her words had been sharp and demanding, very uncharacteristic for her. "Okay. I'll try." The whole idea of Adrian trying to get into my head while I was watching him through Lissa's head was surreal, to say the least. I didn't quite know what to expect from him. I'd always wondered if he had to be asleep or at least have his eyes closed. Apparently not. He instead stared off at nothing, his eyes going vacant as his mind left the world around him. Through Lissa's eyes, I could see some of the magic radiating off him and his aura, and she tried to analyze each strand. Then, without warning, all the magic faded. He blinked and shook his head. Sorry. I can't do it. Why not? Probably because she's awake. Did you learn anything by watching? A little. Probably would have been more useful if you'd actually made the connection. Again, Lissa had that petulant tone. She could be anywhere in the world, you know, on any schedule. His words were smothered by a yawn. Maybe we can try at different times of the day. I've been getting her, actually, close to this time. Or sometimes I catch her really early in the day. She could be close by then, said Lissa. Or on a human daylight schedule in some other part of the world. Her enthusiasm dropped. Right. That too. How come you guys never look like you're working? Christian strolled into the room, looking amused at Lissa sitting on the floor and Adrian sprawling on the couch. Standing behind Christian was someone I hadn't thought I'd see anytime soon. Adrian, who could detect women a mile away, also immediately noticed the newcomer. Where'd you get the jailbait? He asked. Christian shot Adrian a warning look. This is Jill. Jill Mastrano allowed herself to be nudged forward, her light green eyes impossibly wide as she looked around. Jill, this is Lissa and Adrian. Jill was one of the last people I'd expected to see here. I'd met her a little over a month ago. She was in 9th grade, which meant she'd be here on the upper campus in the fall. She had the same super slim build that most Maroi had, but it was paired with height that was impressive even by vampiric standards. It made her look rail thin. Her hair fell in light brown curls to the middle of her back and would be beautiful when she learned how to style it properly. For now, it was kind of messy, and her overall impression while cute was kind of awkward. Hi, she said, looking from face to face. As far as she was concerned, these were Maroi Gold Star celebrities. She'd nearly passed out when she first met me and Dimitri, thanks to our reputations. From her expression, she was in a similar state now. Jill wants to learn how to use her power for good instead of evil, said Christian with an exaggerated wink. That was his coy way of saying Jill wanted to learn how to fight with her magic. She'd expressed the interest to me, and I'd told her to find Christian. I was glad she'd had the courage to take me up on my advice. Christian was a campus celebrity too, albeit an infamous one. Another recruit? Asked Lissa, shaking her head. Think you'll keep this one around? Jill gave Christian a startled look. What's that mean? After the attack, lots of people said they wanted to learn to fight with magic, Christian explained. So they found me, and we worked together, once or twice. Then everyone faded away once it got hard, and they realized they had to keep practicing. It doesn't help that you're a mean teacher, pointed out Lissa. And so now you've got to recruit among children, said Adrian solemnly. Hey, said Jill indignantly. I'm 14. Immediately, she flushed at having spoken so boldly to him. He found it amusing, as he did so many other things. My mistake, he said. What's your element? Water. Fire and water, huh? Adrian reached into his pocket and pulled out a $100 bill. He snapped it out straight. Sweetheart, I'll make you a deal. If you can make a bucket of water appear and dump over Christian's head, I'll give you this. I'll add in 10, laughed Lissa. Jill looked stunned, but I suspected it was because Adrian had called her sweetheart. I took Adrian for granted so often that it was easy to forget he really was a hot guy. Christian pushed Jill toward the door. Ignore them. They're just jealous because spirit users can't go charging into battle like we can. He knelt down to Lissa's height on the floor and gave her a quick kiss. We were practicing in the lounge upstairs, but I've got to walk her back now. I'll see you tomorrow. You don't have to, said Jill. I can get back there fine. I don't want to be any trouble. Adrian stood up. You aren't. If anyone's going to step up and be the knight in shining armor here, it might as well be me. I'll take you back and leave the lovebirds to their lovebirding. He gave Jill a grand bow. "Shall we?" Adrian said Lissa, a sharp note in her voice. "Oh, come on," he said, rolling his eyes. "I've got to head back anyway. You guys are of no use once curfew comes. And honestly, give me some credit here. Even I have boundaries." He gave Lissa a meaningful look, one that told her she was an idiot for thinking he was going to hit on Jill. Lissa held his gaze for a few moments and realized he was right. Adrian was a scoundrel at times and had never made his interest in me a secret, but walking Jill home wasn't part of some grand seduction. He really was just being nice. "All right," said Lissa. "I'll see you later." "Nice meeting you, Jill." "You too," said Jill. She dared a smile at Christian. "Thanks again. You better show up for our next practice," he warned. Adrian and Jill started to step out the door, just as Avery stepped through it. "Hey, Adrian." Avery gave Jill a once-over. "Who's your jailbait?" "Will you guys stop calling me that?" exclaimed Jill. Adrian pointed at Avery chastisingly. "Hush. I'll deal with you later, Lazar." "I certainly hope so," she said in a sing-song voice. "I'll leave the door unlocked." Jill and Adrian left, and Avery sat down next to Lissa. She seemed animated enough to be drunk, but Lissa smelled no liquor on her. Lissa was rapidly learning that some part of Avery was always just vivacious and carefree, regardless of intoxication. "Did you really just invite Adrian to your room later?" asked Lissa. She spoke teasingly but had been secretly wondering if something was going on between them. "And yeah, that made two of us who wondered." Avery shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes we hang out once you guys are all tucked into bed." "You aren't going to get jealous, are you?" "No," laughed Lissa. "Just curious. Adrian's a good guy." "Oh?" asked Christian. "Define good." Avery held up her hand and began ticking items off with each finger. "He's devastatingly handsome, funny, rich, related to the Queen." "You got your wedding colors picked out?" asked Lissa, still laughing. "Not yet," said Avery. "I'm still testing the waters. I figured he'd be an easy notch on the Avery Lazar belt, but he's kind of hard to read." "I really don't want to be hearing this," Christian said. "Sometimes he acts like a love M and leave M type. Other times, he mopes like some heartbroken romantic." Lissa exchanged a knowing glance with Christian that Avery didn't catch while talking. "Anyway, I'm not here to talk about him. I'm here to talk about you and me busting out of here." Avery threw her arm around Lissa, who nearly fell over. "Out of where?" "The dorm." "No. This school. We're going off on a wild weekend to the royal court." "What, this weekend?" Lissa felt like she was 3 steps behind, and I didn't blame her. "Why?" "Because it's Easter. And Her Royal Majesty thought it would be lovely if you could join her for the holiday." Avery's tone was grand and high-pitched. "And, since I've been hanging out with you, Dad's decided I'm on good behavior now." "Poor oblivious bastard," murmured Christian. "So he said I can go with you." Avery glanced at Christian. "You can too, I guess. The Queen said Lissa could bring a guest in addition to me, of course." Lissa looked into Avery's radiant face and didn't share her enthusiasm. "I hate going to court." Tatiana just goes on and on, giving what she thinks is useful advice for me. "It's always boring and miserable now." Lissa didn't add that she'd once found court fun when I'd gone with her. "That's because you haven't gone with me yet. It'll be a blast. I know where all the good stuff is. And I bet Adrian'll come too. He can push his way into anything. It'll be like a double date." Slowly, Lissa began to acknowledge that this might be fun. She and I had managed to find a little of the good stuff that hid underneath the polished surface of court life. Every other visit since had been just as she described, stuffy and businesslike. But now, going with Christian and Wild, Spontaneous Avery? That had potential. Until Christian ruined it? Well, don't count me in, he said. If you can only bring one person, bring Jill. Who? Asked Avery. Jailbait, explained Lissa. She looked at Christian in astonishment. Why on earth would I bring Jill? I just met her. Because she's actually serious about learning to defend herself. You should introduce her to Mia. They're both water users. Right, said Lissa knowingly. And the fact that you hate it at court has nothing to do with it? Well. Christian. Lissa was suddenly getting upset. Why can't you do this for me? Because I hate the way Queen Bitch looks at me, he said. Lissa didn't find this convincing. Yeah, but when we graduate, I'll be living there. You'll have to go then. Yeah, well, then give me this small vacation first. Lissa's irritation grew. Oh, I see how it is. I have to put up with your crap all the time, but you can't go out of your way for me. Avery glanced between them and then stood up. I'll leave you kids to work this out on your own. I don't care whether Christian or Jailbait goes, as long as you're there. She peered down at Lissa. You are going, right? Yeah. I'll go. If anything, Christian's refusal had suddenly spurred Lissa more. Avery grinned. Awesome. I'm going to head out of here, but you two had better kiss and make up when I'm gone. Avery's brother Reed suddenly appeared in the doorway. Are you ready? He asked her. Every time he spoke, it always came out as sort of a grunt. Avery flashed the others a triumphant look. See? My gallant brother, coming to walk me back before those dorm matrons start yelling at me to leave. Now Adrian'll have to find a new and exciting way to prove his chivalry. Reed didn't look very gallant or chivalrous, but I supposed it was nice of him to come walk her back to her room. His timing had been eerily perfect. Maybe she was right about him not being as bad as people always thought. As soon as Avery was gone, Lissa turned on Christian. Are you really serious about me bringing Jill instead of you? Yep, said Christian. He tried to lie back into her lap, but she pushed him away. But I'll count the seconds until you return. I can't believe you think this is a joke. I don't, he said. Look, I didn't mean to get you all worked up, okay? But really, I just don't want to deal with all that court drama. And it would be good for Jill. He frowned. You don't have anything against her, do you? I don't even know her, said Lissa. She was still upset more so than I would have expected, which was odd. Christian caught hold of Lissa's hands, face serious. Those blue eyes she loved softened her anger a little. Please, I'm not trying to upset you. If it's really that important. Like that, Lissa's anger diffused. It was abrupt, like a switch. No, no. I'm fine bringing Jill, though I'm not sure she should be hanging out with us and doing whatever Avery has in mind. Give Jill to Mia. She'll look after her for the weekend. Lissa nodded, wondering why he was so interested in Jill. Okay. But you're not doing this because you don't like Avery, are you? No, I like Avery. She makes you smile more. You make me smile. That's why I added on the more. Christian gently kissed Lissa's hand. You've been so sad since Rose left. I'm glad you're hanging out with someone else, I mean, not that you can't get everything you need from me. Avery's not a Rose replacement, said Lissa quickly. I know. But she reminds me of her. What? They have nothing in common. Christian straightened up and sat beside her, resting his face against her shoulder. Avery's like how Rose used to be, back before you guys left. Both Lissa and I paused to ponder that. Was he right? Before Lissa's spirit powers had begun showing, she and I had lived a party girl lifestyle. And yes, half the time I was the one coming up with the crazy ideas to find a good time and get us into trouble. but had I been as out there as Avery seemed sometimes? "There'll never be another Rose," said Lissa sadly. "No," agreed Christian. He gave her a brief, soft kiss on the mouth. "But there will be other friends." I knew he was right, but I couldn't help but feel a small stab of jealousy. I also couldn't help feel a small amount of worry. Lissa's brief spurt of irritation had been kind of out of the blue. I could understand her wishing Christian could go, but her attitude had been a little bitchy and her almost jealous worry over Jill was weird too. Lissa had no reason to doubt Christian's feelings, certainly not over someone like Jill. Lissa's moodiness reminded me too much of the old days. Most likely she was overtired, but some instinct, maybe it was part of the bonding, told me something was wrong. It was a fleeting sensation, one I couldn't quite get a hold of, like water slipping through my fingers. Still, my instincts had been right before, and I decided I'd be checking in on Lissa more frequently. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 12. Being with Lissa left me with more questions than answers, and so without a course of action, I simply continued to stay with the Belikovs for the next few days. I fell into their normal routine, again surprised by how easy it was. I tried hard to make myself useful, doing any chores they'd let me do and even going so far as watching the baby, something I wasn't entirely comfortable with, seeing as guardian training hadn't left much time for after-school jobs like babysitting. Yeva eyed me the whole time, never saying anything but always looking like she disapproved. I wasn't sure if she wanted me to go or if that was simply the way she always looked. The others, however, didn't question me at all. They were delighted to have me around and made it obvious in every action. Victoria was especially happy. "I wish you could come back to school with us," Victoria said wistfully one evening. She and I had been spending a lot of time together. "When do you go back?" "Monday, right after Easter." I felt a little sadness stir in me. Whether I was still here or not, I would miss her. "Oh, man. I didn't realize it was so soon." A small silence fell between us, then she gave me a sidelong look. "Have you thought, have you maybe thought about coming back to St. Basil's with us?" I stared. "St. Basil's? Your school is named after a saint too." "Not all of them were. Adrian had attended an East Coast school called Alder. Ours is a human saint," she said with a grin. "You could enroll there. You could finish your last year. I am sure they'd take you." Of all the crazy options I'd considered on this trip, and believe me, I'd considered a lot of crazy things, that was one that had never crossed my mind. I'd written school off. I was pretty sure there was nothing else I could learn. Well, after meeting Sydney and Mark, it had become obvious there were still a few more things. Considering what I wanted to do with my life, however, I didn't think another semester of math and science would do much for me. And as far as guardian training went, mostly all I had left to do was prepare for the end-of-year trials. I somehow doubted those tests and challenges would even come remotely close to what I'd experienced with strigoi already. I shook my head. "I don't think so. I think I'm pretty much done with school. Besides, it'd all be in Russian. They translate for you." A mischievous grin lit her face. "Besides, kicking and punching transcend language." Her smile faded to a more thoughtful expression. "But seriously, if you aren't going to finish school, and you aren't going to be a guardian, well, why don't you stay here? I mean, just in Bea. You could live with us." "I'm not going to be a blood whore," I said immediately. An odd look crossed her face. "That's not what I meant. I shouldn't have said that. Sorry." I felt bad about the comment. While I kept hearing rumors about blood whores in town, I'd only seen one or two, and certainly the Belikov women weren't among them. Sonia's pregnancy was something of a mystery, but working in a drugstore didn't seem that sordid. I'd learned a little bit more about Carolina's situation. The father of her children was a Maroi she apparently had a genuine connection with. She hadn't cheapened herself to be with him, and he hadn't used her. After the baby was born, the two of them had decided to part ways, but it had been friendly. Carolina was now apparently dating a guardian who visited whenever he had leave. The few blood whores I had seen around town very much fit my stereotype. Their clothing and makeup screamed easy sex. The bruises on their necks clearly showed that they had no problem with letting their partners drink blood during sex, which was pretty much the sleaziest thing a domper could do. Only humans gave blood to Maroi. My race didn't. To allow it particularly during sexual activities, well, like I said, it was sleazy. The dirtiest of the dirty. Mother would love it if you stayed. You could get a job too. Just be part of our family. I can't take Dimitri's place, Victoria, I said softly. She reached out and gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. I know. No one expects you to. We like you for you, Rose. You being here just feels right. There's a reason Dimka chose to be with you. You fit in here. I tried to imagine the life she described. It sounded easy. Comfortable. No worries. Just living with a loving family, laughing and hanging out together each night. I could go about my own life, not having to trail someone else all day. I would have sisters. There'd be no fighting unless it was to defend. I could give up this plan to kill Dimitri, which I knew would kill me too, either physically or spiritually. I could choose the rational path, let him go and accept him as dead. And, yet, if I did that, why not just go back to Montana? Back to Lissa and the academy? I don't know, I told Victoria at last. I don't know what I'm going to do. It was just after dinner, and she glanced hesitantly at the clock. I don't want to leave you since we don't have much time together, but I was supposed to meet someone soon. Nikolai. I teased. She shook her head, and I tried to hide my disappointment. I'd seen him a few times, and he'd grown more and more likable. It was too bad Victoria couldn't kindle any feelings for him. Now, though, I wondered if there might be something holding her back, or rather, someone. Oh, spill, I said with a grin. Who is he? She kept her face blank in a fair imitation of Dimitri's. A friend, she said evasively. But I thought I saw a smile in her eyes. Someone at school? No. She sighed. And that's the problem. I'm going to miss him so much. My smile faded. I can imagine. Oh. She looked embarrassed. That's stupid of me. My problems, well, they're nothing compared to yours. I mean, I may not see him for a while, but I will see him. But Dimitri's gone. You won't see him ever again. Well, that might not be entirely true. I didn't tell her that, though. Instead, I just said, yeah. To my surprise, she gave me a hug. I know what love's like. To lose that? I don't know. I don't know what to say. All I can tell you is that we're here for you. All of us, okay. You can't replace Dimitri, but you do feel like a sister. Her calling me a sister both stunned and warmed me at the same time. She had to go get ready for her date after that. She hurriedly changed clothes and put on makeup. Definitely more than a friend, I decided, and headed out the door. I was kind of glad because I didn't want her to see the tears that her words had brought to my eyes. I'd spent my life as an only child. Lissa had been the closest I had to a sister. I'd always thought of Lissa as one I'd now lost. To hear Victoria call me a sister now, well, it stirred something in me. Something that told me I really did have friends and wasn't alone. I headed down to the kitchen after that, and Olena soon joined me. I was rummaging for food. Was that Victoria I heard leave? She asked. Yeah, she went off to see a friend. To my credit, I kept my expression neutral. No way would I sell Victoria out. Olena sighed. I'd wanted her to run an errand for me in town. I'll do it, I said eagerly. After I grab something to eat? She gave me a kind smile and patted my cheek. You have a good heart, Rose. I can see why Dimka loved you. It was so amazing, I thought, how accepted my relationship with Dimitri was around here. No one brought up age or teacher-student relationships. As I told Sydney, it was like I was his widow or something, and Victoria's words about me staying replayed in my head. The way Olena looked at me made me feel like I really was her daughter, and once more, I experienced those traitorous feelings about my own mom. She probably would have scoffed at me and Dimitri. She would have called it inappropriate and said I was too young. Or would she have? Maybe I was being too harsh. Seeing me in front of the open cupboard, Olena shook her head reproachfully. But you need to eat first. Just a snack, I assured her. Don't go to any trouble. She ended up slicing me off big pieces of black bread she'd baked earlier that day and put out a tub of butter because she knew I loved to slather up my slices. Carolina had teased me that Americans might be shocked to know what was in this bread, so I never asked any questions. It was somehow sweet and tangy at the same time, and I loved it. Olena sat down across from me and watched me eat. This was his favorite when he was little. Dimitri's. She nodded. Whenever he was on break from school, the first thing he'd do is ask for that bread. I practically had to make him his own loaf each time with the way he ate. The girls never ate that much. Guys always seemed to eat more. Admittedly, I could keep up with most of them. And he's bigger and taller than most. True, she mused. But I eventually reached a point where I made him start making it himself. I told him if he was going to eat all my food, he'd best know how much work went into it. I laughed. I can't imagine Dimitri baking bread. And yet, as soon as the words came out, I reconsidered. My immediate associations with Dimitri were always intense and fierce. It was his sexy, battle god persona that came to mind. Yet, it had been Dimitri's gentleness and thoughtfulness mixed with that deadliness that made him so wonderful. The same hands that wielded stakes with such precision would carefully brush the hair out of my face. The eyes that could astutely spot any danger in the area would regard me wonderingly and worshipfully, like I was the most beautiful and amazing woman in the world. I sighed, consumed by that bittersweet ache in my chest that had become so familiar now. What a stupid thing, getting worked up over a loaf of bread of all things. But that was how it was. I got emotional whenever I thought about Dimitri. Olena's eyes were on me, sweet and compassionate. I know, she said, guessing my thoughts. I know exactly how you feel. Does it get easier? I asked. Unlike Sydney, Olena had an answer. Yes. But you'll never be the same. I didn't know whether to take comfort from those words or not. After I finished eating, she gave me a brief grocery list, and I set off toward downtown, happy to be outside and moving. Inactivity didn't suit me. While in the grocery store, I was surprised to run into Mark. I'd gotten the impression he and Oksana didn't come to town that often. I wouldn't have put it past them to grow their own food and live off the land. He gave me a warm smile. I wondered if you were still around. Yeah. I held up my basket. Just doing some shopping for Olena. I'm glad you're still here, he said. You seem more at peace. Your ring is helping, I think. At least with the peace. It hasn't done much as far as any decision-making goes. He frowned, shifting the milk he held in one arm to the other. What decisions? What to do now? Where to go? Why not stay here? It was eerie, so similar to the conversation I'd had with Victoria. And my response was equally similar. I don't know what I'd do if I stayed here. Get a job. Live with the Belikovs. They love you, you know. You fit right in with their family. That warm, love feeling came back, and I again tried to imagine myself just settling down with them, working in a store like this or waiting tables. I don't know, I said. I was a broken record. I just don't know if that's right for me. Better than the alternative, he warned. Better than running off with no real purpose, throwing yourself in the face of danger. That's no choice at all. And yet, it was the reason I'd come to Siberia in the first place. My inner voice scolded me. Dimitri, Rose. Have you forgotten Dimitri? Have you forgotten how you came here to free him, like he would have wanted? Or was that really what he would have wanted? Maybe he would have wanted me to stay safe. I just didn't know, and with no more help from Mason, my choices were even more muddled. Thinking of Mason suddenly reminded me of something I'd totally forgotten. When we talked before, well, we talked about what Lisa and Oksana could do. But what about you? Mark narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Have you ever run into, ghosts? Several moments passed, and then he exhaled. I'd hoped that wouldn't happen to you. It astonished me then how much relief I felt to know I wasn't alone in my ghostly experiences. Even though I now understood that having died and been to the world of the dead made me a target for spirits, it was still one of the freakiest things about being shadow-kissed. Did it happen without you wanting it? I asked. At first. Then I learned to control it. Me too. I suddenly recalled the barn. Actually, that's not entirely true. Lowering my voice further, I hastily recapped what had happened on my trip here with Sydney. I'd never spoken of it to anyone. You must never, ever do that again, he said sternly. But I didn't mean to. It just happened. You panicked. You needed help, and some part of you called out to the spirits around you. Don't do it. It's not right, and it's easy to lose control. I don't even know how I did it. Like I said, lapse of control. Don't ever let your panic get the best of you. An older woman passed us, a scarf over her head and a basket of vegetables in her arms. I waited until she was gone before asking Mark, why did they fight for me? Because the dead hate strigoi. The strigoi are unnatural, neither living, nor dead, just existing in some state in between. Just as we sense that evil, so do the ghosts. Seems like they could be a good weapon. That face, normally easy and open, frowned. It's dangerous. People like you and me already walk the edge of darkness and insanity. Openly calling upon the dead only brings us closer to falling over that edge and losing our minds. He glanced at his watch and sighed. Look, I have to go, but I'm serious, Rose. Stay here. Stay out of trouble. Fight strigoi if they come to you, but don't go seeking them blindly. And definitely leave the ghosts alone. It was a lot of advice to get in a grocery store, a lot of advice I wasn't sure I could follow. But I thanked him and sent my regards to Oksana before paying and leaving as well. I was heading back toward Olina's neighborhood when I rounded a corner and nearly walked right into Abe. He was dressed in his usual flashy way, wearing that expensive coat and a yellow gold scarf that matched the gold in his jewelry. His guardians hovered nearby, and he leaned casually against a building's brick wall. So this is why you came to Russia? To go to the market like some peasant? No, I said. Of course not. Just sightseeing then. No. I'm just being helpful. Stop trying to get information out of me. You're not as smart as you think you are. That's not true, he said. Look, I told you already. I came here to tell the Belikovs the news. So go back and tell whoever you're working for that that's that. And I told you before not to lie to me, he said. Again, I saw that odd mix of danger and humor. You have no idea how patient I've been with you. From anyone else, I would have gotten the information I needed that first night. Lucky me, I snapped back. What now? Are you going to take me down an alley and beat me up until I tell you why I'm here? I'm losing interest in this whole scary mob boss routine, you know. And I'm losing patience with you, he said. There went the humor, and as he stood over me, I couldn't help but uneasily note that he was better built than most Maroi. A lot of Maroi avoided fights, but I wouldn't have been surprised if Abe had roughed up as many people as his bodyguards had. And honestly, I don't care why you're here anymore. You just need to leave. Now. Don't threaten me, old man. I'll leave whenever the hell I want. It was funny, I'd just sworn to Mark that I didn't know if I could stay in Bea, but when pressured by Abe, I just wanted to dig my feet in. I don't know what you're trying to keep me from, but I'm not scared of you. That also wasn't entirely true. You should be, he returned pleasantly. I can be a very good friend or a very bad enemy. I can make it worth your while if you leave. We can strike a bargain. There was an almost excited gleam in his eyes as he spoke. I recalled Sydney describing him manipulating others, and I got the feeling this was what he lived for, negotiating, striking trades to get what he wanted. No, I said. I'll leave when I'm ready. And there's nothing you or whoever you're working for can do about it? Hoping I appeared bold, I turned around. He reached out and grabbed my shoulder, jerking me back, nearly causing me to lose the groceries. I started to lunge forward in attack mode, but his guardians were right there in a flash. I knew I wouldn't get far. Your time is up here, hissed Abe. In Bea. In Russia. Go back to the US. I'll give you what you need: money, first-class tickets, whatever. I stepped out of his reach, backing carefully away. I don't need your help or your money, God only knows where it comes from. A group of people turned the corner across the street, laughing and talking, and I stepped back further, certain Abe wouldn't start a scene with witnesses present. It made me feel braver, which was probably stupid on my part. And I already told you, I'll go back whenever the hell I want. Abe's eyes lifted to the other pedestrians, and he too retreated back with his guardians. That chilling smile was on his face. And I told you. I can be a very good friend or a very bad enemy. Get out of Bea before you find out which. He turned around and left, much to my relief. I didn't want him to see just how much fear his words had left on my face. I went to bed early that night, suddenly feeling antisocial. I lay there for a while, flipping through another magazine I couldn't read, and amazingly found myself growing more and more tired. I think the encounters with Mark and Abe had exhausted me. Mark's words about staying had hit too close to home after my earlier conversation with Victoria. Abe's thinly veiled threats had raised all my defenses, putting me on guard against whoever was working with him to make me leave Russia. At what point, I wondered, would he truly lose patience and stop trying to bargain? I drifted off to sleep and the familiar sense of an Adrian dream settled around me. It had been a long time since this had happened, and I'd actually thought he'd listen to me when I'd told him to stay away before. Of course, I always told him that. This had been the longest time span to go by without a visit, and as much as I hated to admit it, I'd kind of missed him. The setting he'd chosen this time was a piece of the Academy's property, a woodsy area near a pond. Everything was green and in bloom, and sunlight shone down on us. I suspected Adrian's creation didn't match what Montana's weather was really like right now, but then, he was in control. He could do whatever he wanted. Little dog purr, he said, smiling. Long time no see. I thought you were done with me, I said, sitting down on a large, smooth rock. Never done with you, he said, stuffing his hands in his pockets and strolling over to me. Although, to tell the truth, I did intend to stay away this time. But, well, I had to make sure you were still alive. Alive and well. He smiled down at me. The sun glinted off his brown hair, giving it golden chestnut highlights. Good. You seem very well, actually. Your aura's better than I've ever seen it. His eyes drifted from my face down to where my hands lay in my lap. Frowning, he knelt down and picked up my right hand. What's this? Oksana's ring was on it. Despite the ring's lack of ornamentation, the metal gleamed brightly in the light. The dreams were so strange. Even though Adrian and I weren't together, exactly, the ring had followed me in and kept its power enough that he could sense it. A charm. It's infused with spirit. Like me, this was apparently something he'd never considered. His expression grew eager. And it heals, right? It's what's keeping some of the darkness from your aura. Some, I said, uneasy about his fixation on it. I took it off and slipped it into my pocket. It's temporary. I met another spirit user and a shadow-kissed Domper. More surprise registered on his face. What? Where? I bit my lip and shook my head. Damn it, Rose. This is big. You know how Lisa and I have been looking for other spirit users. Tell me where they are. No. Maybe later. I don't want you guys coming after me. For all I knew, they were already after me, using Ave as their agent. His green eyes flashed angrily. Look, pretend for a moment the world doesn't revolve around you, okay? This is about Lisa and me, about understanding this crazy magic inside of us. If you've got people who can help us, we need to know. Maybe later, I repeated stonily. I'm moving on soon, then I'll tell you. Why are you always so difficult? Because you like me that way. At the moment? Not so much. It was the kind of joking comment Adrian usually made, but just then, something about it bothered me. For some reason, I got the tiniest feeling that I suddenly wasn't as endearing to him as usual. Just try being patient, I told him. I'm sure you guys have other stuff to work on. And Lisa seems pretty busy with Avery. The word slipped out before I could help it, and some of the bitterness and envy I'd felt watching them the other night laced my tone. Adrian raised an eyebrow. Ladies and gentlemen, she admits it. You have been spying on Lisa, I knew it. I looked away. I just like to know she's alive too. As if I could go anywhere in the world and not know that. She is. Alive and well, like you. Mostly well. Adrian frowned. Sometimes I get this strange vibe off of her. She doesn't seem quite right, or her aura will flicker a little. Never lasts long, but I still worry. Something in Adrian's voice softened. Avery worries about her too, so Lisa's in good hands. Avery's pretty amazing. I gave him a scathing look. Amazing? Do you like her or something? I hadn't forgotten Avery's comment about leaving the door unlocked for him. Of course I like her. She's a great person. No, I mean like. Not like. Oh, I see, he said, rolling his eyes. We're dealing with elementary school definitions of like. You're not answering the question. Well, like I said, she's a great person. Smart. Outgoing. Beautiful. Something in the way he said beautiful bugged me. I averted my eyes again, playing with the blue nazar around my neck as I tried to parse my feelings. Adrian figured things out first. Are you jealous, little Domper? I looked back up at him. No. If I was going to be jealous over you, I would have gone crazy a long time ago, considering all the girls you mess around with. Avery's not the kind of girl you mess around with. Again, I heard that affection in his voice, that dreaminess. It shouldn't have bothered me. I should have been glad he was interested in another girl. After all, I'd been trying to convince him to leave me alone for a very long time. Part of the conditions of him giving me money for this trip had involved me promising to give him a fair shot at dating when and if I returned to Montana. If he got together with Avery, it would be one less thing for me to worry about. And honestly, if it had been any other girl except Avery, I probably wouldn't have minded. But somehow, the idea of her enchanting him was just too much. Wasn't it bad enough that I was losing Lissa to her? How was it possible that one girl could so easily take my place? She'd stolen my best friend, and now the guy who'd sworn up and down that I was the one he wanted was seriously considering replacing me. "You're being a hypocrite," a stern voice inside of me said. "Why should you feel so wronged about someone else coming into their lives? You abandoned them. Lissa and Adrian both. They have every right to move on." I stood up angrily. "Look, I'm done talking to you tonight. Will you let me out of this dream? I'm not telling you where I am. And I'm not interested in hearing about how wonderful Avery is and how much better than me she is. Avery would never act like a little brat," he said. "She wouldn't get so offended that someone actually cares enough to check on her. She wouldn't deny me the chance to learn more about my magic because she was paranoid someone would ruin her crazy attempt to get over her boyfriend's death." "Don't talk to me about being a brat," I shot back. "You're as selfish and self-centered as usual. It's always about you, even this dream is. You hold me against my will, whether I want it or not, because it amuses you." "Fine," he said, voice cold. "I'll end this. And I'll end everything between us. I won't be coming back." "Good. I hope you mean it this time." His green eyes were the last thing I saw before I woke up in my own bed. I sat up, gasping. My heart felt like it was breaking, and I almost thought I might cry. Adrian was right, I had been a brat. I'd lashed out at him when it wasn't really deserved. And yet, I hadn't been able to help it. I missed Lissa. I even kind of missed Adrian. And now someone else was taking my place, someone who wouldn't just walk away like I had. I won't be coming back. And for the first time ever, I had a feeling he really wouldn't be. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 13. The next day was Easter. Everyone was up and around, getting ready to go to church. The whole house smelled delicious, filled with the sense of Olina's baking. My stomach rumbled, and I wondered if I could wait until this afternoon for the huge dinner she'd prepared. Even though I wasn't always sure about God, I'd gone to church a lot in my life. Mostly, it was a courtesy to others, a way of being polite and social. Dimitri had gone because he found peace there, and I wondered if going today might offer me some insight on what I should do. I felt a little shabby accompanying the others. They'd dressed up, but I didn't have anything other than jeans and casual shirts. Victoria, noticing my dismay, lent me a lacy white blouse that was a little tight but still looked good. Once I was settled with the family into a pew, I looked around, wondering how Dimitri could have taken solace in the Academy's tiny chapel when he'd grown up with this place. It was huge. It could have held 4 chapels. The ceilings were higher and more elaborate, and gold decorations and icons of saints seemed to cover every surface. It was overwhelming, dazzling to the eye. Sweet incense hung heavy in the air, so much so that I could actually see the smoke. There were a lot of people there, human and Domper, and I was surprised to even spot some Maroi. Apparently, the Maroi visiting town were pious enough to come to church, despite whatever sordid activities they might be engaging in. And speaking of Maroi, "Abe isn't here," I said to Victoria, glancing around. She was on my left, Olina sat on my right. While he hadn't struck me as the religious type, I'd kind of expected him to follow me here. I hoped that maybe his absence meant he'd left Bea. I was still unnerved by our last encounter. "Did he leave town?" "I think he's Muslim," Victoria explained. "But last I knew, he's still around. Carolina saw him this morning." "Damn Zime. He hadn't left. What was it he'd said? A good friend or a bad enemy?" When I said nothing, Victoria gave me a concerned look. "He's never really done anything bad when he's around. He usually has meetings and then disappears. I meant it before when I said I didn't think he'd hurt you, but now you're worrying me. Are you in some kind of trouble? Excellent question. I don't know. He just seems interested in me, that's all. I can't figure out why. Her frown deepened. We won't let anything happen to you, she said fiercely. I smiled, both at her concern and because of her resemblance to Dimitri in that moment. Thanks. There are some people back home who might be looking for me, and I think that Abe is just checking up on me. That was a nice way of describing someone who was either going to drag me back to the US kicking and screaming or just make me vanish for good. Victoria seemed to sense I was softening the truth. Well, I mean it. I won't let him hurt you. The service started, cutting off our conversation. While the priest's chanting was beautiful, it meant even less to me than church services usually did. It was all in Russian, like at the funeral, and no one was going to bother translating it for me today. It didn't matter. Still taking in the beauty of my surroundings, I found my mind wandering. To the left of the altar, a golden-haired angel looked at me from a 4-foot-tall icon. An unexpected memory came to me. Dimitri had once gotten permission for me to accompany him on a quick weekend trip to Idaho to meet with some other guardians. Idaho wasn't any place I was keen on going, but I welcomed the time with him, and he'd convinced school officials that it was a learning experience. That had been shortly after Mason's death, and after the shockwave that tragedy had sent through the school, I think they would have allowed me anything, to be honest. Unfortunately, there was little that was leisurely or romantic about the trip. Dimitri had a job to do, and he had to do it quickly. So we made the best time we could, stopping only when absolutely necessary. Considering our last road trip had involved us stumbling onto a Maroi massacre, this one being uneventful was probably for the best. As usual, he wouldn't let me drive, despite my claims that I could get us there in half the time. Or maybe that was why he wouldn't let me drive. We stopped at one point to get gas and scrounge some food from the station store. We were up in the mountains somewhere, in a tiny town that rivaled St. Vladimir's for remote location. I could see mountains on clear days at school, but it was a totally different experience being in them. They surrounded us and were so close it seemed like you could just jump over and land on one. Dimitri was finishing up with the car. Holding my sub sandwich, I walked around to the back of the gas station to get a better view. Whatever civilization the gas station offered disappeared as soon as I cleared it. Endless snowy pines stretched out before me, and all was still and quiet, save for the distant sound of the highway behind me. My heart ached over what had happened to Mason, and I was still having nightmares about the strigoi who'd held us captive. That pain was a long way from disappearing, but something about this peaceful setting soothed me for a moment. Looking down at the unbroken, foot-high snow, a crazy thought suddenly came to me. I let myself go, falling back first to the ground. The thick snow embraced me, and I rested there a moment, taking comfort in lying down. Then I moved my legs and arms back and forth, carving out new hollows in the snow. When I finished, I didn't get up right away. I simply continued lounging, staring up at the blue sky. What, asked Dimitri, are you doing? Aside from getting your sandwich cold. His shadow fell over me, and I looked up at his tall form. In spite of the cold, the sun was out, and its rays backlit his hair. He could have been an angel himself, I thought. I'm making a snow angel, I replied. Don't you know what that is? Yes, I know. But why? You must be freezing. I had on a heavy winter coat, hat, gloves, and all the other requisite cold weather accessories. He was right about the sandwich. Not so much, actually. My face is a little, I guess. He shook his head and gave me a wry smile. You'll be cold when you're in the car and all that snow starts melting. I think you're more worried about the car than about me. He laughed. I'm more worried about you getting hypothermia. In this? This is nothing. I patted the ground beside me. Come on. You make one too, and then we can go. He continued looking down at me. So I can freeze too. So you can have fun. So you can leave your mark on Idaho. Besides, it shouldn't bother you at all, right? Don't you have some sort of super cold resistance from Siberia? He sighed, a smile still on his lips. It was enough to warm me even in this weather. There you go again, convinced Siberia is like Antarctica. I'm from the southern part. The weather's almost the same as here. You're making excuses, I told him. Unless you want to drag me back to the car, you're going to have to make an angel too. Dimitri studied me for several heavy moments, and I thought he might actually haul me away. His face was still light and open, though, and his expression was filled with a fondness that made my heart race. Then, without warning, he flopped into the snow beside me, lying there quietly. Okay, I said when he did nothing more. Now you have to move your arms and legs. I know how to make a snow angel. Then do it. Otherwise, you're more like a chalk outline at a police crime scene. He laughed again, and the sound was rich and warm in the still air. Finally, after a little more coaxing on my part, he moved his arms and legs too, making an angel of his own. When he finished, I expected him to jump up and demand we get back on the road, but instead, he stayed there too, watching the sky and the mountains. Pretty, huh? I asked. My breath made frosty clouds in the air. I guess in some ways, it's not that different from the ski resort's view, but I don't know. I feel different about it all today. Life's like that, he said. As we grow and change, sometimes things we've experienced before take on new meaning. It'll happen for the rest of your life. I started to tease him about his tendency to always deliver these profound life lessons, but it occurred to me then that he was right. When I'd first begun falling for Dimitri, the feelings had been all-consuming. I'd never felt anything like it before. I'd been convinced there was no possible way I could love him more. But now, after what I'd witnessed with Mason and the strigoi, things were different. I did love Dimitri more intensely. I loved him in a different way, in a deeper way. Something about seeing how fragile life was made me appreciate him more. It had made me realize how much he meant to me and how sad I'd be if I ever lost him. You think it'd be nice to have a cabin up there? I asked, pointing to a nearby peak. Out in the woods where no one could find you. I would think it was nice. I think you'd be bored. I tried to imagine being stuck in the wilderness with him. Small room, fireplace, bed. I didn't think it'd be that boring. It wouldn't be so bad if we had cable. And internet. And body heat. Oh, Rose. He didn't laugh, but I could tell he was smiling again. I don't think you'd ever be happy someplace quiet. You always need something to do. Are you saying I have a short attention span? Not at all. I'm saying there's a fire in you that drives everything you do, that makes you need to better the world and those you love. To stand up for those you can't. It's one of the wonderful things about you. Only one, huh? I spoke lightly, but his words had thrilled me. He'd meant what he said about thinking those were wonderful traits, and feeling his pride in me meant more than anything just then. One of many, he said. He sat up and looked down at me. So, no peaceful cabin for you. Not until you're an old woman. What, like 40? He shook his head in exasperation and stood up, not gracing my joke with a response. Still, he regarded me with the same affection I'd heard in his voice. There was admiration too, and I thought I could never be unhappy as long as Dimitri thought I was wonderful and beautiful. Leaning down, he extended his hand. Time to go. I took it, letting him help pull me up. Once standing, we held hands for a heartbeat longer than necessary. Then we let go and surveyed our work. Two perfect snow angels, one much taller than the other. Careful to step inside each outline, I leaned down and hacked out a horizontal line above each head. "What's that?" he asked, when I stood beside him again. "Halos," I said with a grin. "For heavenly creatures like us." That might be a stretch. We studied our angels for a few moments more, looking at where we had lain side by side in that sweet, quiet moment. I wished what I'd said was true, that we had truly left our mark on the mountain. But I knew that after the next snowfall, our angels would disappear into the whiteness and be nothing more than a memory. Dimitri touched my arm gently, and without another word, we turned around and headed back to the car. Compared to that memory of him and the way he'd looked at me out there on the mountain, I thought the angel looking back at me in church seemed pale and boring in comparison. No offense to her. The congregation was filing back to their seats after taking bread and wine. I'd stayed seated for that, but I did understand a few of the priest's words. Life. Death. Destroy. Eternal. I knew enough about all this to string together the meaning. I would have bet good money resurrection was in there too. I sighed, wishing it were truly that easy to vanquish death and bring back those we loved. Church ended, and I left with the Belikovs, feeling melancholy. As people passed each other near the entrance, I saw some eggs being exchanged. Victoria had explained that it was a big tradition around here. A few people I didn't know gave some to me, and I felt a little bad that I had nothing to give in return. I also wondered how I was going to eat them all. They were decorated in various ways. Some were simply colored, others were elaborately designed. Everyone seemed chatty after church, and we all stood around outside it. Friends and family hugged and caught up on gossip. I stood near Victoria, smiling and trying to follow the conversation that often took place in both English and Russian. "Victoria." We turned and saw Nikolai striding toward us. He gave us, by which I mean, he gave her a brilliant smile. He'd dressed up for the holiday and looked amazing in a sage shirt and dark green tie. I eyed Victoria, wondering if it had any effect on her. No. Her smile was polite, genuinely happy to see him, but there was nothing romantic there. Again, I wondered about her mystery friend. He had a couple of guys with him whom I'd met before. They greeted me too. Like the Belikovs, they seemed to think I was a permanent fixture around here. "Are you still going to Marina's party?" asked Nikolai. I'd nearly forgotten. That was the party he'd invited us to the first day I'd met him. Victoria had accepted then, but to my surprise, she now shook her head. "We can't. We have family plans." That was news to me. There was a possibility something had come up that I didn't know about yet, but I doubted it. I had a feeling she was lying, and being a loyal friend, I said nothing to contradict her. It was hard watching Nikolai's face fall, though. "Really? We're going to miss you." She shrugged. "We'll all see each other at school." He didn't seem pacified by that. "Yeah," but Nikolai's eyes suddenly lifted from her face and focused on something behind us. He frowned. Victoria and I both glanced back, and I felt her mood shift too. 3 guys were strolling toward my group. They were dompiers as well. I didn't notice anything unusual about them, smirks aside, but other dompiers and maroi gathered outside the church took on expressions similar to those of my companions. Troubled. Worried. Uncomfortable. The 3 guys came to a stop by us, pushing their way into our circle. "I thought you might be here, Kolya," said one. He spoke in perfect English, and it took me a moment to realize he was talking to Nikolai. I would never understand Russian nicknames. "I didn't know you were back," replied Nikolai stiffly. Studying the 2 of them, I could see a distinct resemblance. They had the same bronze hair and lean build. Brothers, apparently. Nikolai's brother's gaze fell on me. He brightened. "And you must be the unpromised American girl." It didn't surprise me that he knew who I was. After the memorial, most of the local dompiers had left telling tales about the American girl who had fought battles against strigoi but carried neither a promise mark nor a graduation mark. "I'm Rose," I said. I didn't know what was up with these guys, but I certainly wasn't going to show any fear in front of them. The guy seemed to appreciate my confidence and shook my hand. "I'm Dennis." He gestured to his friends. "Ardor and Leviticus." "When did you come to town?" asked Nikolai, still not looking happy about this reunion. "Just this morning." Dennis turned to Victoria. "I heard about your brother." "I'm sorry." Victoria's expression was hard, but she nodded politely. "Thank you." "Is it true he fell defending Maroi?" I didn't like the sneer in Dennis's voice, but it was Carolina who voiced my angry thoughts. I hadn't noticed her approaching our group. She didn't look happy to see Dennis at all. "He fell fighting strigoi. He died a hero." Dennis shrugged, unaffected by the angry tone of her voice. "Still makes him dead. I'm sure the Maroi will sing his name for years to come." "They will," I replied. "He saved the whole group of them. And dompiers too." Dennis's gaze fell back on me, his eyes thoughtful as he studied my face for a few seconds. "I heard you were there too. That both of you were sent into an impossible battle." "It wasn't impossible. We won." "Would Dimitri say that if he were alive?" Carolina crossed her arms over her chest. "If you're only here to start something, then you should leave. This is a church." It was funny. Upon meeting her, I'd thought she seemed so gentle and kind, just an ordinary young mother working to support her family. But in this moment, she seemed more like Dimitri than ever. I could see that same strength within her, that fierceness that drove her to protect loved ones and stand up to her enemies. Not that these guys were her enemies, exactly. I honestly didn't yet understand who they were. "We're just talking," said Dennis. "I just want to understand what happened to your brother. Believe me, I think his death was a tragedy. He wouldn't have regretted it," I told them. "He died fighting for what he believed in. Defending others who took him for granted." "That's not true." "Oh." Dennis gave me a lopsided smile. "Then why don't you work for the Guardians? You've killed strigoi but have no promise mark. Not even a graduation mark, I heard. Why aren't you out there throwing yourself in front of Maroi?" "Dennis," said Nikolai uneasily, "please just leave." "I'm not talking to you, Kolya." Dennis's eyes were still on me. "I'm just trying to figure Rose out. She kills strigoi but doesn't work for the Guardians. She's clearly not like the rest of you soft people in this town. Maybe she's more like us." "She's nothing like you," Victoria snapped back. I got it then, and a chill ran down my spine. These were the kind of dompiers that Mark had been talking about. The true unpromised ones. The vigilantes who sought out strigoi on their own, the ones who neither settled down nor answered to any guardians. They shouldn't have unnerved me, not really. In some ways, Dennis was right. In the simplest terms, I really was like them. And yet, there was an air about these guys that just rubbed me the wrong way. "Then why are you in Russia?" asked one of Dennis's friends. I already couldn't remember his name. "This is a long trip for you. You wouldn't have come here without a good reason." Victoria was picking up her sister's anger. "She came to tell us about Dimka." Dennis eyed me. "I think she's here to hunt strigoi. There are more in Russia to choose from than there are in the States." "She wouldn't be in Baya if she was hunting strigoi, you idiot," returned Victoria evenly. "She'd be in Vladivostok or Novosibirsk or somewhere like that." Novosibirsk. The name was familiar. But where had I heard it? A moment later, the answer came to me. Sydney had mentioned it. Novosibirsk was the largest city in Siberia. Dennis continued. "Maybe she's just passing through. Maybe she'll want to join us when we go to Novosibirsk tomorrow." For God's sake, I exclaimed. I'm right here. Stop talking about me like I'm not. And why would I want to go with you? Dennis's eyes gleamed with an intense, feverish light. Good hunting there. Lots of strigoi. Come with us, and you can help us go after them. And how many of you will come back from this? Carolina asked in a hard voice. Where's Timosha? Where's Vasilia? Your hunting party keeps getting smaller each time you return here. Which one of you will be next? Whose family will be the next to mourn? Easy for you to talk, retorted the friend. Lev, I think his name was. You stay here and do nothing while we go out and keep you safe. Carolina gave him a disgusted look, and I recalled how she was dating a guardian. You go out and rush into situations without thinking. If you want to keep us safe, then stay here and defend your families when they need it. If you want to go after strigoi, go join the guardians and work with those who have some sense. The guardians don't hunt strigoi, cried Dennis. They sit and wait and cower before the maroi. The unfortunate part was, he had a point. But not entirely. That's changing, I said. There's a movement to start taking the offensive against the strigoi. There's also talk of the maroi learning to fight with us. You could help be a part of that. Like you are, he laughed. You still haven't told us why you're here and not with them. You can say what you want to the rest of this group, but I know why you're here. I can see it in you. The crazy, eerie look he gave me almost made me think that he could. You know, the only way to rid the world of evil is to do it on our own. To seek out the strigoi ourselves and kill them, one by one. Without a plan, finished Carolina. Without any thought of the consequences. We're strong and we know how to fight. That's all we need to know when it comes to killing strigoi. And that was when I understood. I finally got what Mark had been trying to tell me. Dennis was saying exactly what I had been thinking since I left St. Vladimir's. I'd run off without a plan, wanting to throw myself into danger because I felt I had a mission that only I could carry out. Only I could kill Dimitri. Only I could destroy the evil within him. I'd been giving no thought to how I'd pull it off, seeing as Dimitri had beat me more often than not in fights when he was still a domper. With a strigoi's strength and speed now, the odds were definitely against me. Still, I hadn't cared. I'd been obsessed, convinced I had to do this. In my own head, what I had to do made sense, but now, hearing those sentiments from Dennis, it sounded crazy. Just as reckless as Mark had warned. Their motives might be good just as mine were, but they were also suicidal. Without Dimitri, I honestly hadn't cared much about my own life. I'd never been afraid to risk it before, but now I realized there was a big difference between dying uselessly and dying for a reason. If I died trying to kill Dimitri because I had no strategy, then my life would have meant nothing. Just then, the priest walked over and said something to us in Russian. From his tone and expression, I think he was asking if everything was okay. He'd mingled with the rest of the congregation after the service. Being human, he probably didn't know all the domper politics afoot, but he could undoubtedly sense trouble. Dennis offered him a simpering smile and gave what sounded like a polite explanation. The priest smiled in return, nodded, and wandered off when someone else called to him. Enough, said Carolina harshly, once the priest was out of earshot. You need to go. Now. Dennis's body tensed, and mine responded, ready for a fight. I thought he might start something then and there. A few seconds later, he relaxed and turned to me. Show them to me first. Show you what? I asked. The marks. Show me how many strigoi you've killed. I didn't respond right away, wondering if this was a trick. Everyone's eyes were on me. Turning slightly, I lifted the hair off the back of my neck and showed my tattoos. Little lightning-shaped Malnija marks were there, along with the mark I'd gotten for the battle. From the sound of Dennis's gasp, I was guessing he'd never seen that many kills before. I let my hair go and met his gaze levelly. Anything else? I asked. You're wasting your time, he said at last, gesturing to the people behind me. With them. With this place. You should come with us to Novosibirsk. We'll help make your life worthwhile. I'm the only one who can make anything of my life. I pointed down the street. You were asked to leave. Now go. I held my breath, still bracing for a fight. After several tense moments, the group retreated. Before turning around, Dennis gave me one last piercing look. This isn't what you want and you know it. When you change your mind, come find us at 83 Kasakova. We leave at sunrise tomorrow. You'll be leaving without me, I said. Dennis' smile sent another chill down my spine. We'll see. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 14. The encounter with Dennis left me even more confused than before. It was a shocking illustration of Mark's warning, an omen of what I too might become if I wasn't careful. I wasn't really the same as Dennis, was I? I wasn't aimlessly seeking danger. I was seeking danger, well, for a reason. I had to fulfill the promise I'd made to find Dimitri. Maybe it was suicidal and I was only deluding myself into thinking it was noble. Victoria left me little opportunity to ruminate. Later that evening, as the family was settling down in the living room after way too much food, she glibly asked Olena, "Can I go over to Marina's? She's having a party before we go back to school." Wow. It looked like Abe and the alchemists weren't the only ones keeping secrets around here. I glanced between Olena and Victoria's faces, curious as to how this would play out. Olena and Yeva were both knitting, but Yeva didn't look up. Victoria had spoken in English. Olena's face turned thoughtful. You have to leave early tomorrow to go back to school. I know. But I can sleep on the bus. Everyone else will be there tonight. Everyone else isn't a convincing argument, scoffed Olena. They'll all be tired tomorrow too, replied Victoria, grinning. You'll miss your last night with Rose. I'll hang out with her after I get back. Great. And stay up even later. Not that late. I'll be back by 2. Absolutely not. You'll be back by midnight. Olena returned to her knitting. But that had been permission if I'd ever heard it. Victoria looked at the clock. It was almost 8:30. Her face told me she wasn't happy about the curfew, but she apparently decided to take what she could get. Carolina gave us an odd look as we left the room but remained silent. Sonia and Paul, engrossed in TV, barely noticed our departure. I had to find out what was going on. Okay, I said once we were heading upstairs, what gives? I thought you weren't going to Marina's. Victoria grinned and beckoned me into her bedroom. I'd recently learned her bedroom used to be Dimitri's, and every time I was in here, I had to resist the urge to go bury myself in the bed, even though I knew the sheets had been washed countless times since those days. Somehow, I could imagine them smelling like Dimitri and feeling warm as though we were both lying there together. I'm not. Victoria began rifling through her closet and pulled out a short, sleeveless red dress with lace around the straps. The fabric was stretchy, the kind that looked like it'd show everything. I was shocked when she began putting it on. It was pretty trashy. Is this a joke? Nope. Victoria took off her shirt and jeans and pulled the dress on. She had no trouble with it, but it was every bit as clingy as it had appeared. She wasn't as filled out as I was on top, but in a dress like that, it didn't matter. Okay, I said, catching on at last. What's his name? Roland, she said. Oh, Rose. He's amazing. And this is the last night I'll get to see him before school. I didn't know whether to feel happy for her or sad for Nikolai. This Roland guy must have been the reason she couldn't give Nikolai the time of day. She was totally in love with someone else. Still, that dress. You must really like him, I observed dryly. Her eyes widened. Do you want to meet him? Well, I don't want to interfere with your date. You won't. Just stop by and say hi, okay? It felt pretty intrusive, yet at the same time, well, I was kind of curious about a guy who could get her to leave the house in that kind of outfit, particularly when she started applying really heavy makeup, extra dark eyeliner and bright red lipstick. So I agreed to meet Roland, and we left the house as quietly as we could. Despite wearing a coat over her dress, Victoria still didn't want to run into her mother. We headed downtown, following a few twists and turns until we ended up behind what looked like an ordinary warehouse in an abandoned part of town. All was quiet, but a tall, tough-looking domper stood by a door leading into the building, his arms crossed in front of him. Victoria brought us to a halt nearby, saying we had to wait there. A minute later, a group of Maroi men of mixed ages wandered up, chatting and laughing. The domper gave them a once-over and then opened the door for them. Light and music spilled out until the door shut and all went silent again. So this is Bea's secret domper world, I murmured. She didn't hear me because suddenly, her face lit up. There he is. She pointed to two approaching guys. Both were Maroi. Well, who knew? Victoria's secret boyfriend wasn't a domper. I guess that wasn't too shocking, really, though the way she'd dressed tonight still bothered me. She gave him a fierce hug and introduced us. His friend was named Sergei, and he smiled politely before hurrying inside where he was apparently meeting a girl too. I had to give Victoria credit, Roland was hot. His hair was dark auburn, soft and wavy. The green of his eyes reminded me painfully of Adrian's. And when he smiled at Victoria, it was dazzling. The look on her face was exactly like Nikolai's whenever he was around her. Roland took a hold of Victoria's hands and brought them to his lips, kissing each one. Those green eyes gazed at hers, and he murmured something I couldn't hear. She blushed and replied in Russian. I didn't need any translation to know the content was sexy and flirty. Still smiling, he glanced over at me, and although she'd introduced us, it was like he was noticing me for the first time and was interested. You're new here, aren't you? He asked. Victoria wrapped her arms around him and rested her head on his chest. Rose is visiting. She's a friend of the family. Ah, he said. Now I remember hearing about you. I had no idea such a fierce strigoi killer would be so beautiful. It's part of the job description, I said dryly. Will you be returning to school with Victoria? He asked. No. I'll be staying here a little longer. I still had no clue, though, if a little longer was 1 hour or 1 year. He said thoughtfully. He looked back down at Victoria and pressed a kiss to her hair, running his fingers along her throat. His next words were to her. I'm glad you were able to come here before you left. I don't know how I'll get by with you so far away. She beamed. There was no way I could leave without seeing you one more time. She trailed off, too overcome with emotion, and as he leaned down, hands still on her throat, I thought for an awful moment that they were going to start making out then and there. Fortunately, the appearance of an approaching domper girl interrupted them. Victoria broke from Roland and embraced the other girl. They apparently hadn't seen each other in a while and chatted rapidly in Russian, ignoring Roland and me. Free of her for a moment, he leaned toward me. Once Victoria has returned to school, you'll be all alone here. Maybe I could show you around then. Thanks, but I've already seen everything. He kept that big smile on. Of course. Well, then, perhaps we could simply get together and talk. I couldn't believe it. This guy had had his hands all over Victoria 30 seconds ago and was now trying to score plans with me the instant she left town. I was disgusted and had to restrain myself from doing something stupid. Sorry, but I don't think I'll be around long enough. I got the impression that women didn't refuse him very often. He frowned and started to protest, but Victoria returned and wrapped herself around him again. He studied me for several more puzzled seconds and then shifted his attention to her, smiling and turning on the charm. She ate it all up, and while the two tried to include me in their conversation, it was clear they were totally absorbed in each other. Roland might be interested in me, but for now, she was an easier target and one that wouldn't be available much longer. I felt that disgust roil up in me again. The longer we stood out there, the more I realized what was going on. All the people going inside were Maroi guys or Domper girls. And the girls were all dressed like Victoria. This was a blood whore den. Suddenly, Bea's secret Domper world held no appeal. I hated it. I wanted nothing more than to get out of here. No, wait. I wanted nothing more than to get out of here and drag Victoria away, even kicking and screaming. Roland was sleazy, no question, and I didn't want her anywhere near him. Yet it soon became clear they weren't going to stand out in the alley all night. They wanted to go inside and do God only knew what. Victoria, I said, trying to be reasonable, are you sure you don't want to come back home and hang out? I mean, I won't get to see you tomorrow. She hesitated, then shook her head. I won't get to see Roland either. But I promise I'll come see you as soon as I get home later. We'll stay up all night. Mom won't care. I didn't know what other protests to make. Roland's impatience, now that I'd refused him, was starting to show. He wanted to go inside. I wondered what was there, a dance floor? Bedrooms? I probably could have gone with them to see for myself, despite being underdressed or, well, overdressed as far as amounts of clothing went. Yet I couldn't bring myself to do it. All my life, I'd been taught about blood whores and why their lifestyle was wrong. I didn't know if Victoria was becoming one, and I hoped she wasn't, but there was no way I could set foot in there. It was a matter of principle. I watched them go with a heavy heart, wondering what I'd just let my friend walk into. Seeing her in that ultra-tight dress, plastered all over him, suddenly made me re-evaluate everything. How much of this peaceful life in Bea was a sham? Was Victoria, the girl who'd called me a sister, really not the person I thought she was? Confused, I turned away to head back home and almost walked into Abe. Again. What the hell? I exclaimed. He wore a tuxedo tonight, complete with tails and a silvery silk scarf. Are you stalking me? Stupid question. Of course he was. I hoped his formal wear meant he wouldn't be dragging me off this evening. His guardians were equally well dressed. Idly, I wondered if a place like this had something to do with his illegal business dealings. Was he trafficking blood whores? Like some kind of pimp? Unlikely, seeing as most of these girls didn't require much urging. Abe gave me that annoying knowing smile of his. I see your friend is off to an interesting night. I had no idea Victoria had such lovely legs. Now everyone knows, thanks to that dress. I clenched my fists and leaned toward him. Don't you dare talk about her like that, old man. I'm not saying anything that isn't obvious to everybody else. It'll certainly be obvious to young Roland soon. You don't know anything about them. Yet I didn't believe my own words, not after seeing them walk off together. Abe, I could tell, knew what I was thinking. These girls all say it won't happen to them. But it always does. It's what'll happen to you if you stay. Oh, here we are, I said mockingly. I knew a threat had to be coming. The part where you order me again to leave the country or else bad things will happen. He gestured toward the door, where more Maroi and Dompiers were going. I don't even need to make anything bad happen. You'll do it on your own by staying here. You'll waste your life away, running errands for Olena Velikova. Potlucks will become the most exciting thing in your world. They're good people, I growled. Don't mock them. Oh, I'm not denying that. He straightened his silk scarf. They are good people. But they aren't your people. This is a fantasy. You're deluding yourself. He was all sternness now. Your grief has sent you here. Your man was ripped away from you, and you've ripped yourself away from your old friends. You're trying to make up for it by convincing yourself that this is your family, that this is your home. They're not. This isn't. I could make this my home. I still wasn't sure of that, but my stubborn nature made me want to contradict him. You aren't meant for Bea, he said, dark eyes blazing. You're meant for better things. You need to go back home, back to your school and the Dragomir princess. How the hell do you know about her? Who are you? When are you going to tell me who you work for? What do you want with me? I had a feeling I was on the verge of hysterics. Hearing him refer to Lissa snapped something inside of me. I'm merely an observer who can tell you're wasting your time here. This is no life for you, Rose. Your life is back in the States. They say you were on track to be a great guardian. Do you know what an honor it is to be assigned to the last Dragomir? You could spend your life in elite, powerful circles. The reputation you've already gained will raise you in status and regard. You have a stunning career ahead of you, and it's not too late to go back to it. Not yet. Who are you to talk about how I should live my life? I've heard that your hands are bloody, Zime. You're not exactly a good role model. What is it you're involved in, anyway? My own affairs. And it's exactly because of the life I lead that you should listen to me when I say abandon this path and go back home. His words were urgent and authoritative, and I couldn't believe he had the audacity to talk to me like that. That's not my life anymore, I said icily. He gave a harsh laugh and gestured around us once more. What, and this is? You want to go off and be a blood whore like your friend in there? Don't call her that. I shouted. I don't care if you've got bodyguards or not. I will hurt you, old man, if you say anything else about Victoria. He didn't flinch at my explosion. That was harsh, I admit. She's not a blood whore. Not yet. But she's one step away from it. As I said, it always happens in the end. Even if you aren't used by someone like Roland Kislyak, and believe me, he will use her, just like he did her sister. You'll still end up alone with a baby you're way too young for. Her, wait. I froze. Are you saying he's the guy who got Sonia pregnant? Why would Victoria be involved with him after he did that and left her sister? Because she doesn't know. Sonia doesn't talk about it, and Mr. Kislyak thinks it's a game, getting two sisters into bed. Too bad for him that Caroline is smarter than the others, or he could have had them all. Who knows? He gave me a sardonic smile. Maybe he'll consider you part of the family enough to go after you next. Like hell. I'd never get involved with anyone like that. I'm never going to be involved with anyone again. Not after Dimitri. Abe's sternness gave way to momentary amusement. Oh, Rose. You are young. You've barely lived. Everyone thinks their first love is the only one they'll ever have. This guy was really pissing me off, but I gained enough control to decide I wasn't going to punch him. At least, I didn't think so. I backed up a little, toward the building. I'm not going to play your game here. And you can tell whoever you're working for that I'm not playing theirs either, and that I'm not going back. One way or another, whether it was to hunt Dimitri or live with his family, I was staying in Russia. You're going to have to box me up and ship me there. Not that I wanted to give Abe any ideas. I suspected he could do it if he wanted. Damn it. Who was behind this? Who would want to find me badly enough to send this guy after me? Weirder still, whoever it was someone who cared enough about me to attempt reason. If Abe had actually wanted to abduct me, he already would have. He could have done it the night he brought me to Bea. All he would have had to do was keep driving to the nearest airport. I eventually needed to figure this out, but first I needed to get away from Abe. I backed up further. I'm leaving, and you can't stop me. And don't spy on me anymore. This ends now. Abe studied me for several seconds, his dark eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I could practically see the wheels of plots and world domination spinning in his head. At last he said, so quietly I could hardly hear him, "It won't end with them, though." Ooh. He pointed at the door. "Victoria and Roland. What are you getting at?" "You know what I'm getting at. She thinks she's in love with him. He knows she'll be back in school tomorrow. Tonight's his last chance with her, and he won't waste it. There are lots of bedrooms in there. They're probably in one right now." I tried to control my breathing. "Then I'll go tell her mother. It'll be too late. She'd never find them in time, and tomorrow, Victoria will be on her way to school and he'll have no interest anymore. What can her mother do after the fact? Ground her?" I was getting angry, largely because I had a feeling he was right. "Fine. Then I'll drag her off myself." "That'll never happen. She wants to do this. She won't leave with you. Even if she did, she'd just find him again." I eyed him. "Enough. You're obviously hinting at something, so just get on with it." He smiled, apparently pleased at my astuteness or maybe my bluntness. "If you want to save her, you've got to go through him." "Through Roland?" I scoffed. "Not likely. The only way he'd leave her alone is if I offered to take her place. And hey, friendship only went so far. Not if I talk to him." "What are you going to do, give him a talk on morality and sway him with reason?" "Oh, I'll sway him, all right. But believe me, I won't do it with reason, well, at least not the kind you're thinking of. If I tell him to leave her alone, he'll leave her alone. For good." I stepped backward without realizing it and hit the wall. Abe looked scary as hell. Zime. I didn't doubt his words at all. He could get Roland to leave Victoria alone. In fact, he probably wouldn't even use his dompiers. Abe could deliver enough terror and probably a good punch to make it happen. "Why would you do that for me?" I asked. "As a sign of good faith. Promise to leave Bea, and I'll deal with him." His eyes gleamed. Both of us could feel the net closing around me. "That's your tactic now? You're offering me a trade? My leaving isn't really worth you scaring some Maroi asshole." The net grew tighter. "Isn't it, Rose?" Frantically, I thought about what to do. Some part of me thought Victoria was free to make her own choices, to love whom she wanted, but I knew for a fact that Roland didn't love her. She was a conquest for him, as shown by his willingness to go after me and Sonia, apparently. What would happen to Victoria? Would she become like the rest of the women here? Would she be the next Velikov to have a baby? Even if she had no intentions of becoming a guardian, this wasn't the right path for her. Carolina had declined to join the Guardians and now lived a respectable life with her kids and a job that, if not exciting, was steady and allowed her to keep her dignity. I couldn't let Victoria turn down a road that could ruin the rest of her life. I couldn't let that happen to Dimitri's sister. Dimitri. I knew him. I knew his protective nature. He would never let anything happen to those he cared about. I hated the thought of that blood whore den, but I still would have run in to get her because that was what Dimitri would have done. But I didn't know if I'd find her there in time. I knew, however, that Abe could and that he could keep Roland away forever. And so, I spoke without fully understanding the consequences of my words. "I'll leave Bea." Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 15. Abe glanced over at one of his guardians and gave a swift nod. The man instantly walked away. "It's done," Abe said. "Just like that?" I asked in disbelief. His lips quirked into a smile. "Roland knows who I am. He knows who works for me. Once Pavel makes my wishes known, that will be the end of it." I shivered, knowing Abe spoke the truth. Considering what a smart ass I'd been to Abe this whole time, it really was a wonder I hadn't had my feet set in cement and been tossed into the ocean. So why aren't you forcefully dragging me out of here? I never like to make anyone do anything they don't want to. Even Roland. It's much easier if people simply see reason and do what I ask them to, without the use of force. And by see reason, you mean blackmail, I said, thinking of what I'd just agreed to. We made a trade, he said. That's all. Don't forget your end of the bargain. You promised to leave here, and you don't seem like the type to go back on your word. I don't. Rose. Victoria suddenly appeared at the door. Wow, that was fast. Pavel was calmly dragging her by her arm. Her hair was mussed, and a dress strap was slipping from her shoulder. Her face was a mixture of incredulity and anger. What did you do? That guy came and told Roland to get out of here and never see me again. And then? Roland agreed. He just left. I found it slightly funny that Victoria immediately blamed me for this. True, I was responsible, but Abe was standing right there. It wasn't a secret who his employees were. Nonetheless, I defended my actions. He was using you, I said. There were tears in Victoria's brown eyes. He loves me. If he loves you, then why did he hit on me as soon as your back was turned? He did not. He's the one who got Sonia pregnant. Even in the alley's dim lighting, I saw her face pale. That's a lie. I threw up my hands. Why would I make that up? He wanted to make plans with me as soon as you were out of town. If he did, she said, voice shaking, it was because you led him on. I gaped. Beside me, Abe listened quietly, a smug look on his face. He was so self-satisfied and probably thought he was being proven right. I wanted to punch him, but Victoria was my concern. How can you think that? I'm your friend. I told her. If you were my friend, you wouldn't be acting like this. You wouldn't try to stand in my way. You act like you loved my brother, but there's no way you could have no way you really understand love. Didn't understand love? Was she crazy? If she only knew what I'd sacrificed for Dimitri, what I'd done to be where I was now, all for love. She was the one who couldn't understand. Love wasn't a fling in a back room at a party. It was something you lived and died for. My emotions surged, that darkness welling up within me that made me want to lash out in return for her horrible accusation. It was only through the strongest of efforts that I remembered she was already hurting, that she only said the things she did because she was confused and upset. Victoria, I do understand, and I'm sorry. I'm only doing this because you're my friend. I care about you. You aren't my friend, she hissed. You aren't part of this family. You don't understand anything about us or how we live. I wish you'd never come here. She turned and stormed away, pushing back inside through the long line of partygoers. My heart ached as I watched her. I turned to Abe. She's going to go try to find him. He still wore that damnably knowing expression. It won't matter. He'll have nothing to do with her anymore. Not if he values that pretty face of his. I was worried for Victoria but kind of had a feeling Abe was right about Roland. Roland would no longer be an issue. As for Victoria's next guy, well, that was a worry for another day. Fine. Then we're done here. Do not follow me anymore, I growled. Keep your promise to leave Bea, and I won't have to. I narrowed my eyes. I told you, I always keep my promises. And as I hurried back to the Belikov house, I suddenly wondered if that was true. The blowout with Abe and Victoria was like cold water on my face. What was I doing here? To a certain extent, Abe had been right. I had been deluding myself, pretending Dimitri's family was my own in order to soothe my grief over him. But they weren't. This wasn't home. The academy wasn't my home either, not anymore. The only thing I had left was my promise to Dimitri. The promise I'd somehow lost sight of since coming here. Some of the Belikov family was in bed when I got home, but others were still in the living room. I slipped upstairs to my room, waiting anxiously for Victoria to get home. A half hour later, I heard footsteps on the stairs and the sound of her door closing. I knocked gently on it. "Victoria," I said in a loud whisper. "It's me. Please talk to me." "No," came the response. "I don't ever want to talk to you again. Victoria, go away. I'm just worried about you. You aren't my brother. You aren't even my sister. You have no place here." Ouch. Her voice was muffled by the door, but I didn't want to risk a fight in the hall and let the others hear. Going to my room, my heart breaking, I stopped and stood in front of the mirror. It was then that I knew she was right. Even Abe was right. Bea wasn't my place. In a flash, my meager belongings were packed, but I hesitated before going downstairs. Victoria's closed door stared at me, and I had to fight the urge to knock again. If I did, it would only trigger another fight. Or, maybe even worse, she would forgive me and then I would want to stay forever, lost in the comfort of Dimitri's family and their simple life. Taking a deep breath, I headed downstairs and walked out the front door. I wanted to tell the others goodbye but worried the same thing would happen, that I'd look at their faces and change my mind. I needed to go, I realized. I was angry at both Victoria and Abe. Their words had hurt me, but there'd been truth in them. This wasn't my world. I had other things to do with my life. And I had a lot of promises to keep. When I was about 8 blocks away, I slowed down, not because I was tired but because I wasn't sure where I was going. Leaving that house had been the biggest step. I sank down on the curb in front of a neighbor's silent, dark yard. I wanted to cry without knowing what. I wanted my old life back. I wanted Dimitri and Lisa. Oh, God, I wanted them. But Dimitri was gone, and the only way I'd see him was if I truly set out to kill him. And as for Lisa, she was more or less gone to me too. Even if I survived this, I didn't think she could forgive me. Sitting there, feeling lost and alone, I tried reaching out to her one more time. I knew it was foolish, considering what I'd seen before, but I had to try one more time. I had to know if I really could have my old place back there. I slipped inside her mind instantly, my runaway emotions making the transition easy. She was on a private jet. If Jill had been stunned by meeting St. Vladimir's A-list students, going on a trip with them made her downright comatose. She stared at everything wide-eyed and barely said a word during the whole flight to the royal court. When Avery offered her a glass of champagne, Jill could barely stammer out, "And no thanks." After that, the others seemed to forget about her and got carried away by their own conversation. Lisa noticed Jill's uneasiness but didn't do much to remedy it. That was a shock. The Lisa I had known would have gone out of her way to make Jill comfortable and be included. Fortunately, the younger girl seemed perfectly entertained by watching the others' antics. I also took comfort in knowing Jill would be okay once she met up with Mia. Lisa had sent word ahead to Mia to come pick up Jill when they landed, seeing as Lisa and the others had to attend to one of Tatiana's functions right away. Mia had said she'd take Jill under her wing for the weekend and show her some of the innovative things she'd learned to do with her water magic. Lisa was glad for this, happy she wouldn't be babysitting a freshman all weekend. Even if Jill was totally off of Lisa's radar, one person wasn't, Avery's brother Reed. Their father had decided it would be a good idea for Reed to go with them, and seeing as Mr. Excuse Me headmaster Lazar had played a key role in working with Tatiana to arrange this trip, there was little argument. Avery had rolled her eyes and spoken to Lisa about it covertly, just before boarding. "We're all riding your reputation," Avery said. "Part of the reason Dad let me come was because you're in good with the Queen, and he wants it to rub off on me. He's then hoping I'll get in good with her, and then that'll rub off on Reed and the rest of the family. Lissa tried not to overthink the logic too much. Mostly, she was bothered because Reed Lazar was still as unpleasant as he'd been the first day they met. He wasn't really mean or anything, it just made her uncomfortable being around him. Really, he was the polar opposite of Avery. Whereas she was animated and could always strike up conversation, he stayed tight-lipped and spoke only when spoken to. Lissa couldn't really tell if it was shyness or disdain. When Lissa had tried asking him if he was excited to go to court, Reed had simply shrugged. Whatever. I don't care. His tone had been almost hostile, like he resented her for asking, so she'd given up all other attempts at conversation. The only person, other than his sister, that Lissa saw Reed ever speak to was Avery's guardian Simon. He had also come along. When the flight landed, Mia was as good as her word. She waved enthusiastically when Lissa stepped off the plane, her blonde curls whipping around in the wind. Lissa grinned back, and they gave each other quick half-hugs, something that never failed to amuse me given their former enemy status. Lissa made introductions for those who needed them as an escort of guardians led them away from the landing strip and toward the inner portion of court. Mia welcomed Jill so warmly that the younger girl's uneasiness faded, and excitement glowed in her green eyes. Smiling fondly, Mia glanced away from Jill and over to Lissa. "Where's Rose?" Silence fell, followed by uncomfortable glances. "What?" demanded Mia. "What did I say?" "Rose is gone," said Lissa. "Sorry. I thought you knew. She dropped out and left after the attack because there were some things, some personal things, she needed to take care of." Lissa feared Mia would ask about the personal things. Only a few people knew about my search for Dimitri, and Lissa wanted to keep it that way. Most thought I'd just disappeared from post-battle trauma. Mia's next question completely shocked Lissa. "Why didn't you go with her?" "What?" Lissa stammered. "Why would I do that? Rose dropped out. No way am I going to." "Yeah, I suppose." Mia turned speculative. "You guys are just so close even without the bond. I assumed you'd follow each other to the ends of the earth and figure out the details later." Mia's own life had gone through so much upheaval that she took that kind of thing in stride. That weird, fluctuating anger I'd been feeling pop up in Lissa every so often suddenly reared its head and turned on Mia. "Yeah, well, if we were so close, then it seems like she wouldn't have left in the first place. She's the selfish one, not me." The words stung me and clearly shocked Mia. Mia had a temper of her own, but she sat on it and simply held up her hands in an apologetic way. She really had changed. "Sorry. Wasn't trying to accuse you of anything." Lissa said nothing else. Since my departure, she'd beat herself up about a lot of things. She'd gone over and over things she could have done for me before or after the attack, things that might have made me stay. But it had never occurred to her to go with me, and the revelation hit her like a smack to the face. Mia's words made her feel guilty and angry all at the same time, and she wasn't sure who she was the maddest at, me or herself. "I know what you're thinking," said Adrian a few minutes later, once Mia had led Jill away and promised to meet up later. "What, you read minds now?" asked Lissa. "Don't have to. It's written all over your face. And Rose never would have let you go with her, so stop agonizing over it." They entered the royal guest housing, which was just as lush and opulent as it had been when I'd stayed there. "You don't know that." I could have talked her into it. "No," said Adrian sharply. "You couldn't have. I'm serious. Don't give yourself one more thing to be depressed about." "Hey, who said I'm depressed? Like I said, she abandoned me." Adrian was surprised. Since my departure, Lissa had been more sad than anything. She'd occasionally been angry at my decision, but neither Adrian nor I had seen such vehemence from her. Dark feelings boiled within her heart. "I thought you understood," said Adrian, with a small, puzzled frown. I thought you said you'd. Avery suddenly interrupted, giving Adrian a sharp look. Hey, hey. Leave her alone, okay? We'll see you at the reception. They were at a point where the groups had to split, girls going to one part of the lodging and guys to the other. Adrian looked like he wanted to say more, but instead he nodded and headed off with Reed and a couple of guardians. Avery put a gentle arm around Lissa as she glared at Adrian's retreating figure. You okay? Avery's normally laughing face was filled with concern. It startled Lissa in the same way Adrian's moments of seriousness always startled me. I guess. I don't know. Don't beat yourself up over what you could have or should have done. The past is gone. Move on to the future. Lissa's heart was still heavy, her mood blacker than it had been in quite a while. She managed a tight smile. I think that's the wisest thing you've ever said. I know. Can you believe it? Do you think it'll impress Adrian? They dissolved into laughter, yet despite her cheery exterior, Lissa was still struck by Mia's offhand comments. They plagued Lissa in a way she hadn't thought possible. What really bothered her the most wasn't the thought that if she'd come with me, she could have kept me out of trouble. No. Her biggest issue was that she hadn't thought of coming with me in the first place. I was her best friend. As far as she was concerned, that should have been her immediate reaction to my departure. It hadn't been, and now Lissa was racked with even more guilt than usual. The guilt was all-consuming, and she would occasionally transform it to anger to ease the pain. It didn't help much. Her mood didn't improve as the evening progressed, either. Not long after the group's arrival, the Queen hosted a small reception for the most elite of all visitors who had come to the court. Lissa was quickly discovering that the Queen always seemed to be hosting some party or another. At one point in her life, Lissa would have considered that fun. She no longer did, at least not when it came to these kinds of parties. But keeping her dark feelings locked up, Lissa stayed good at playing the role of nice royal girl. The Queen seemed happy that Lissa had a suitable royal friend and was equally pleased when Lissa impressed other royals and dignitaries she was introduced to. At one point, though, Lissa's resolve nearly faltered. Before you leave, said Tatiana, we should see about your guardians. She and Lissa stood together with a group of admirers and hangers-on who were keeping respectful distances. Lissa had been staring vacantly at the bubbles in her untouched champagne and looked up with a start. Guardians, Your Majesty. Well, there's no delicate way to put this, but now, for better or for worse, you're without any protection. The Queen paused respectfully. Belikov was a good man. My name naturally didn't come to her lips. I might as well have never existed. She'd never liked me, particularly since she thought I was going to run off with Adrian. As it was, Lissa had noticed Tatiana watching with some consideration while Avery and Adrian flirted. It was hard to say if the Queen disapproved. Her partying aside, Avery seemed a model girl save that Tatiana had wanted Lissa and Adrian to eventually get together. I don't need any protection right now, said Lissa politely, her heart clenching. No, but you'll be out of school soon enough. We think we've found some excellent candidates for you. One of them's a woman, a lucky find. Janine Hathaway offered to be my guardian, said Lissa suddenly. I hadn't known that, but as she spoke, I read the story in her mind. My mom had approached her not long after I left. I was a little shocked. My mom was very loyal to her current assignment. This would have been a big move for her. Janine Hathaway. Tatiana's eyebrows rose nearly to her hairline. I'm sure she has other commitments. No, we've got much better choices. This young lady's only a few years older than you. A better choice than Janine Hathaway? Not likely. Before Dimitri, my mother had been the gold standard by which I measured all badassness. Tatiana's young lady was undoubtedly someone under the Queen's control and more importantly, not a Hathaway. The Queen didn't like my mom any more than she liked me. Once, When Tatiana had been bitching me out for something, she'd made a reference to a man my mother had been involved with, someone whom I suspected might be my father, a guy named Ibrahim. The funny thing was, the Queen had almost sounded like she had once had an interest in the guy too, and I had to wonder if that was part of her dislike for my family. Lissa put on a tight, polite smile for the Queen and thanked her for the consideration. Lissa and I both understood what was going on. This was Tatiana's game. Everyone was part of her plan, and there was no way to go against her. For a brief moment, Lissa had that strange thought again, of something Viktor Dashkov had once said to her. Aside from his crazy killing and kidnapping schemes, Viktor had also wanted to start a revolution among the Maroi. He thought the power distribution was off, something Lissa occasionally believed too, and that it was wielded unfairly by those with too much control. The moment was gone almost as soon as it came. Viktor Dashkov was a crazy villain whose ideas deserved no acknowledgement. Then, as soon as courtesy allowed, Lissa excused herself from the Queen and headed across the room, feeling like she was going to explode with grief and anger. She nearly ran into Avery as she did. "God," said Avery. "Do you think Reed could embarrass me any more? 2 people have tried to make conversation with him, and he keeps scaring them off. He actually just told Robin Batica to shut up." "I mean, yeah," she was going on and on, "but still. That is not cool." Avery's dramatic look of exasperation faded as she took in Lissa's face. "Hey, what's wrong?" Lissa glanced at Tatiana and then turned back to Avery, taking comfort in her friend's blue-gray eyes. "I need to get out of here." Lissa took a deep, calming breath. "Remember all that good stuff you said you knew about? When is that going to happen?" Avery smiled. "As soon as you want." I returned to myself, sitting there on the curb. My emotions were still going crazy, and my eyes were fighting off tears. My earlier doubts were confirmed. Lissa didn't need me anymore, and yet, I still had that feeling that there was something odd going on that I couldn't quite put a finger on. I supposed her guilt over Mia's comment or spirit side effects could be affecting her, but still, she wasn't the same Lissa. Footsteps on the pavement made me look up. Of all the people who might have found me, I would have expected Abe or maybe Victoria. But it wasn't. It was Yeva. The old woman stood there, a shawl draped over her narrow shoulders, and her sharp, cunning eyes looking down at me disapprovingly. I sighed. "What happened? Did a house fall on your sister?" I asked. Maybe there was a benefit to our language barrier. She pursed her lips. "You can't stay here any longer," she said. My mouth dropped open. You speak English?" She snorted. "Of course." I shot up. "All this time you've been pretending not to? You've been making Paul play translator." "It's easier," she said simply. "You avoid a lot of annoying conversation when you don't speak the language. And I've found that Americans make the most annoying conversation of all." I was still aghast. "You don't even know me. But from the first day, you've been giving me hell." "Why? Why do you hate me?" "I don't hate you. But I am disappointed." "Disappointed? How?" "I dreamed you would come." "I heard that. You dream a lot." "Sometimes," she said. The moonlight glinted in her eyes, enhancing her otherworldly appearance. A chill ran down my spine. Sometimes my dreams are true. Sometimes not. I dreamed Dimka was dead, but I didn't want to believe it, not until I had proof. You were my proof. And that's why you were disappointed. Yeva drew the shawl more tightly around her. No. In my dreams, you shone. You burned like a star, and I saw you as a warrior, someone who could do great deeds. Instead, you've sat around and moped. You've done nothing. You haven't done what you came to do. I studied her, wondering if she really knew what she was talking about. And what is that exactly? You know what it is. I dreamed that, too. I waited for more. When it didn't come, I laughed. Nice vague answer. You're as bad as any scam fortune teller. Even in the darkness, I could see the anger kindle in her eyes. You've come to search for Dimka. To try to kill him. You must find him. What do you mean try? I didn't want to believe her, didn't want to believe she might actually know my future. Nonetheless, I found myself getting hooked in. Have you seen what happens? Do I kill him? I can't see everything. Oh. Fantastic. I only saw that you must find him. But that's all you've got. I already knew that. It's what I saw. I groaned. Damn it, I don't have time for these cryptic clues. If you can't help me, then don't say anything. She stayed quiet. I slung my bag over my shoulder. Fine. I'm leaving then. And like that, I knew where I would go. Tell the others, well, tell them thank you for everything. And that I'm sorry. You're doing the right thing, she said. This isn't where you should be. So I've heard, I muttered, walking away. I wondered if she'd say anything else, chastise me, curse me, give me more mysterious words of wisdom. But she stayed silent, and I didn't look back. I had no home, not here and not in America. The only thing left for me was to do what I'd come to do. I had told Abe I kept my promises. I would. I'd leave Bea like I told him. And I'd kill Dimitri, as I'd promised myself I would. I knew where to go now. The address had never left my mind, 83 Kasakova. I didn't know where it was, but once I reached the town center, I found a guy walking down the street who gave me directions. The address was close by, only about a mile, and I headed out at a brisk pace. When I reached the house, I was glad to see that the lights were still on. Even as pissed off and raging as I was, I didn't want to wake anyone up. I also didn't want to speak to Nikolai and was relieved when Dennis opened the door. His expression was all astonishment when he saw me. Despite his bold words back at the church earlier, I don't think he'd really believed I'd join him and the other unpromised ones. He was speechless, so I did the talking. I changed my mind. I'm coming with you. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for what came next. I'd promised Abe I'd leave Bea, but I hadn't promised to return to the US. Take me to Novosibirsk. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 16. Dennis and his two unpromised friends, Artur and Lev, were ecstatic that I was going to be part of their posse. But if they expected me to share their crazy enthusiasm for reckless strigoi hunting, they were about to be sorely disappointed. In fact, it didn't take long after I joined them before they realized that I was approaching the hunt very differently than they were. Dennis's friend Lev had a car, and we took turns driving to Novosibirsk. The drive was about 15 hours, and even though we stopped at a hotel for the night, it was still a lot of continuous time to be cooped up in a small space with three guys who couldn't stop talking about all the strigoi they were going to kill. In particular, they kept trying to draw me out. They wanted to know about how many strigoi I'd slain. They wanted to know what the battle at the academy had been like. They wanted to know my methods. Anytime my mind turned to those topics, though, all I could think of was blood and grief. It was nothing I wanted to brag about, and it took about 6 hours on the road for them to finally figure out that they weren't going to get much information from me. Instead, they regaled me with tales of their own adventures. To be fair, they'd slain several strigoi, but they'd lost a number of their friends, all of whom had been in their teens, like these guys. My experiences weren't that dissimilar. I'd lost friends too. My losses had been a result of being outnumbered, though. Dennis's group's casualties seemed to have been more due to rushing into without thinking. Indeed, their plan once we got to Novosibirsk wasn't really that solid. They reiterated that strigoi liked to hunt at places that were crowded at night, like dance clubs, or in remote places like alleys, that made for easy pickings. No one noticed as much when people disappeared from those kinds of places. So Dennis's plans mostly involved trolling those hot spots in the hopes that we'd run into strigoi. My initial thought was to immediately ditch this group and strike out on my own. After all, my main goal had been to simply get to Novosibirsk. With everything I'd learned now, it seemed logical that Siberia's largest city would be the next best place to look. Then, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that jumping into the strigoi scene alone would be as stupid as one of the unpromised gang's plans. I could use their backup. Plus, since I didn't actually know where Dimitri was yet, I had to come up with a method of getting some information. I'd need help for that. We made it to Novosibirsk at the end of the second day of driving. Despite hearing about its size, I hadn't imagined it would be anything like Moscow or St. Petersburg. And true, it turned out to be not quite as large as they were, but it was still just as much a city, complete with skyscrapers, theaters, commuters, and the same beautiful architecture. We crashed with a friend of theirs who had an apartment downtown, a domper named Tamara. Her English wasn't very good, but from the sounds of it, she was another unpromised one and just as excited as everyone else to rid the world of strigoi. She was a little older than the rest of us, which was why she had her own place, and was a cute brunette with freckles. It sounded as though she waited until whenever the guys came to town to hunt, which I took as a small blessing. At least she didn't go out alone. She seemed particularly excited to have another girl around, but like the others, she quickly picked up that I didn't share their enthusiasm. When our first night of strigoi hunting came around, I finally stepped up into a leadership position. The sudden change in behavior startled them at first, but they soon listened with rapt attention, still caught up in my superstar reputation. "Okay," I said, looking from face to face. We were in Tamara's tiny living room, sitting in a circle. "Here's how it's going to work. We're going to hit the nightclub scene as a group, patrolling it and the alleys behind it for wait," interrupted Dennis. "We usually split up." "Which is why you get killed," I snapped. "We're going as a group." "Haven't you killed strigoi by yourself, though?" asked Lev. He was the tallest of the group, with a long and lanky figure that was almost Maroi-like. "Yes, but I got lucky. That, and I also just thought I was a better fighter than any of them. Call me arrogant, but I was a damned good guardian. Or near guardian. We'll do better with all 5 of us. When we find strigoi, we've got to make sure we take care of them in an isolated place." I hadn't forgotten Sydney's warnings. "But before we kill them, I need to talk to them." "It'll be your job to restrain them." "Why?" asked Dennis. "What do you have to say to them?" "Actually, it's what they have to say to me. Look, it won't take long. And you'll get to make your kill in the end, so don't worry about it." But this next part went against my grand plans, but I knew I had to say it. I wouldn't get them killed for the sake of my own quest. If we get ourselves in a situation where you're trapped or in immediate danger, forget the talking and restraining. Kill. Save yourself. Apparently, I seemed confident and badass enough that they decided to go along with whatever I said. Part of our plan involved going undercover, so to speak. Any strigoi who was close or got a good enough look would immediately recognize us as dompiers. It was important that we not attract any attention. We needed a strigoi scanning for victims to pass right over us. We needed to look like other human club goers. So we dressed the part, and I was a bit astonished at how well the guys cleaned up. Dennis, crazy or not, was particularly good looking, sharing the same dark gold hair and brown eyes that his brother Nikolai had. My few changes of clothes weren't quite up to partying standards, so Tamara delved into her wardrobe for me. She seemed to take a lot of delight in finding things for me to wear. We were actually similar in size, which was kind of amazing. With her tall, super slim build, Lisa and I had never been able to share clothes. Tamara was my height and had a similar body type. She first offered me a short, tight dress that was so similar to the one Victoria had worn that I just shook my head and handed it back. The memories of our argument still hurt, and I wasn't going to relieve that night or in any way play blood or dress up. Instead, Tamara settled for dressing me in black jeans and a black tank top. I consented to hair and makeup too, and studying myself in the mirror, I had to admit she did a good job. As vain as it was, I liked looking good. I especially liked that the guys looked at me in a way that was admiring and respectful but not like I was some piece of meat. Tamara offered me jewelry too, but the only thing I'd wear was the nazar around my neck. My steak required a jacket, but she found a sexy leather one that didn't take away from the rest of the outfit's appeal. Setting out around midnight, I couldn't help shaking my head. "We're the goddamned hottest vampire hunters ever," I muttered. Dennis led us to a club where they'd found strigoi before. It was also apparently where one of their unpromised friends had been killed. It was in a seedy part of town, which I guess added to its appeal for strigoi. A lot of the people there were middle and upper class young people, apparently drawn in by the dangerous aspect. If only they'd known just how dangerous it was. I'd made a lot of jokes to Dimitri about Russia and Eastern Europe being 10 years behind in music, but when we entered, I discovered the ground-thumping techno song playing was something I'd heard in the US just before leaving. The place was crowded and dark, with flashing lights that were actually a little annoying to Domper eyes. Our night vision would adapt to the darkness and then be blasted when a strobe light kicked on. In this case, I didn't need my sight. My shadow-kissed senses didn't feel any strigoi in the area. "Come on," I said to the others. "Let's dance for a while and wait. There are no strigoi nearby." "How do you know?" asked Dennis, staring at me in wonder. "I just do. Stay together." Our little circle moved to the dance floor. It had been so long since I'd danced, and I was a bit surprised at how quickly I found myself getting into the rhythm. Part of me said I should have stayed ever vigilant, but my strigoi alarm system would immediately snap me awake if any danger came. That nausea was kind of hard to ignore. But after an hour of dancing, no strigoi had appeared. We left the dance floor and started circling the club's edges, then moved outside to sweep that area too. Nothing. "Is there another club nearby?" I asked. "Sure," said Arthur. He was stocky, with close-shaved hair and a ready smile. "A couple blocks over." We followed him and found a similar scene, another secret club hidden in a run-down building. More flashing lights. More crowds. More pounding music. Disturbingly, what started to bother me first was the smell. That many people generated a lot of sweat. I had no doubt even the humans could smell it. To us, it was cloying. Tamara and I exchanged looks and wrinkled our noses, needing no words to convey our disgust. We moved to the dance floor again, and Lev started to leave to get a drink. I punched him in the arm. He exclaimed something in Russian that I recognized as a swear word. "What was that for?" he asked. "For being stupid. How do you expect to kill something that's twice as fast as you while drunk?" He shrugged, unconcerned, and I resisted the urge to hit him in the face this time. One won't hurt. Besides, there aren't even any. Be quiet. It was creeping over me, that weird stirring in my stomach. Forgetting my cover, I stopped dancing, scanning the crowd for the source. While I was relying on my senses to feel strigoi, spotting them in the crowd was a bit harder. I took a few steps toward the entrance, and my nausea lessened. I moved toward the bar, and the feeling increased. "This way," I told them. "Act like you're still into the music." My tension was contagious, and I saw the anticipation sweep them as well as a little fear. Good. Maybe they'd take this seriously. As we headed in the bar's direction, I tried to keep my body language oriented toward it, like I was seeking a drink. All the while, my eyes swept the crowd's periphery. There. I had him. A male strigoi was standing off in a corner, his arm around a girl close to my age. In the dim lighting, he almost seemed attractive. I knew closer examination would reveal the deathly pale skin and red eyes that all strigoi had. The girl might not have been able to see them in the darkened club, or the strigoi might have been using compulsion on her. Probably both, judging from the smile on her face. Strigoi were able to compel others just as well as a spirit user like Lissa could. Better, even. Before our eyes, I saw the strigoi lead the girl down a small, unnoticed hallway. At the end, I could just make out a glowing exit sign. At least, I presumed it was an exit sign. The letters were Cyrillic. Any idea where that door goes? I asked the others. The guys shrugged, and Dennis repeated my question to Tamara. She answered back, and he translated. There's a small alley out back where they keep trash. It's between this building and a factory. No one's usually there. Can we get to it by going around the club? Dennis waited for Tamara's response. Yes. It's open on both sides. Perfect. We hurried out of the club by the front door, and I divided our group into two. The plan was to come at the strigoi from both sides and trap him in the middle provided he and his victim were still out back. It was possible he could have led her elsewhere, but I thought it more likely he'd want to subdue her and get his blood right there, particularly if it was as deserted as Tamara said it usually was. I was right. Once my group had split off and peered around behind the club, I saw the strigoi and the girl lurking in the shadow of a trash can. He was leaning over her, mouth near her neck, and I silently swore. They didn't waste any time. Hoping she was still alive, I came charging down the alley, the others on my heels. From the alley's other side, Dennis and Lep also came running. As soon as he heard the first footfall, the strigoi reacted instantly, his staggeringly fast reflexes kicking in. He immediately dropped the girl, and in the space of a heartbeat, he chose Dennis and Lep over Arter, Tamara, and me. Not a bad strategy, really. There were only two of them. Because he was so fast, he probably hoped to incapacitate them quickly and then turn on us before we could flank him. And it almost worked. A powerful hit sent Lep flying. To my relief, a couple of trash cans blocked him from the building's wall. Hitting them wouldn't feel good, but if I had the choice, I'd rather hit metal cans than solid bricks. The strigoi pounced on Dennis next, but Dennis proved remarkably fast. Unfairly, I'd assumed none of these unpromised had any real fighting skills. I should have known better. They'd had the same training as me, they just lacked discipline. Dennis dodged the blow and struck out low, aiming for the strigoi's legs. The hit landed, though it wasn't strong enough to knock him over. A flash of silver showed in Dennis's hands, and he managed to partially swipe the strigoi's cheek just before a backhanded slap knocked the domper into me. A cut like that wouldn't be lethal to the strigoi, but the silver would hurt, and I heard him snarl. His fangs gleamed with saliva. I sidestepped Dennis quickly enough that he didn't knock me over. Tamara grabbed his arm, holding him so that he wouldn't fall either. She was fast too and had barely steadied him before leaping up at the strigoi. He swatted her away but didn't manage to hit her hard enough to push her far. Arter and I were on him by that point, our combined force knocking him against the wall. Still, he was stronger and the pinning was brief before he broke free. A responsible voice in my head that sounded suspiciously like Dimitri warned me that that had been my window to kill him. It would have been the smart and safe thing to do. I'd had the opening, and my stake was in my hand. If my crazy interrogation plan failed, the others' deaths would be on my head. As one, Arter and I leapt out again. "Help us!" I yelled. Tamara threw herself against the strigoi, landing a swift kick to the stomach as well. I could feel him starting to shake us off, but then Dennis joined in too. Between the four of us, we wrestled the strigoi down so that he lay back first on the pavement. But the worst wasn't over. Keeping him down wasn't easy. He thrashed around with incredible strength, limbs twisting everywhere. I heaved myself up, trying to throw my body's weight across his torso while the others restrained his legs. Another set of hands joined us, and I looked up to see Lev lending his strength too. His lip was bleeding, but his face was determined. The strigoi hadn't stopped moving, but I felt satisfied he wouldn't break away anytime soon, not with all 5 of us holding him. Shifting forward, I placed the point of my stake at his neck. It gave him pause, but he soon resumed his struggle. I leaned over his face. "Do you know Dmitri Belikov?" I demanded. He shouted something incomprehensible at me that didn't sound very friendly. I pressed the stake in harder and drew a long gash against his throat. He screamed in pain, pure evil and malice shining out from his eyes as he continued swearing in Russian. "Translate," I demanded, not caring who did it. "What I said." A moment later, Dennis said something in Russian, presumably my question since I heard Dimitri's name in there. The strigoi growled back a response, and Dennis shook his head. "He says he isn't going to play games with us." I took the stake and slashed at the strigoi's face, widening the gash Dennis had made earlier. Again, the strigoi cried out, and I prayed club security wouldn't hear any of this. I gave him a smile filled with enough malice to match his own. "Tell him we're going to keep playing games with him until he talks. One way or another, he dies tonight. It's up to him whether it happens slowly or quickly." I honestly couldn't believe those words had come out of my mouth. They were so harsh, so, well, cruel. I'd never in my entire life expected to be torturing anyone, even a strigoi. The strigoi gave Dennis's translation another defiant response, and so I kept on with the stake, making gashes and cuts that would have killed any human, maroi, or domper. Finally, he shot off a string of words that didn't sound like his usual insults. Dennis immediately translated. He said he's never heard of anyone named that and that if Dimitri's a friend of yours, he'll be sure to kill him slowly and painfully. I almost smiled at the strigoi's last effort at defiance. The problem with my strategy here was that the strigoi could be lying. I'd have no way of knowing. Something in his response made me think he wasn't. He'd sounded like he thought I was referring to a human or a domper, not a strigoi. "He's useless then," I said. I leaned back and glanced at Dennis. "Go ahead and kill him." It was what Dennis had been dying to do. He didn't hesitate, his stake striking hard and swift through the strigoi's heart. The frantic struggling stilled a moment later. The evil light faded from the red eyes. We stood up, and I saw my companions' faces watching me with apprehension and fear. "Rose," asked Dennis at last. "What are you hoping to?" "Never mind that," I interrupted, moving over to the unconscious human girl's side. Kneeling down, I examined her neck. He'd bitten her, but not much blood had been taken. The wound was relatively small and bled only a little. She stirred slightly and moaned when I touched her, which I took as a good sign. Carefully, I dragged her away from the trash can and out into the light where she'd be most noticeable. The strigoi, however, I dragged into as dark a place as I could, almost completely obscuring him. After that, I asked to borrow Dennis's cell phone and dialed the number I'd kept crumpled in my pocket for the last week. After a couple of rings, Sydney answered in Russian. She sounded sleepy. "Sydney. This is Rose." There was a slight pause. "Rose? What's going on? Are you back in St. Petersburg?" "Yes, where are you?" "Novosibirsk." "Do you guys have agents here?" "Of course," she said warily. "What?" "I've got something for you to clean up." "Oh dear." "Hey, at least I'm calling. And it's not like me ridding the world of another strigoi is a bad thing. Besides, didn't you want me to let you know?" Yes. "Where are you?" I put Dennis on the phone briefly so that he could explain our specific location. He handed the phone back to me when he finished, and I told Sydney about the girl. Is she seriously injured? Doesn't look like it, I said. What should we do? Leave her. The guy who's coming will make sure she's okay and doesn't go telling stories. He'll explain it when he gets there. Whoa, hey. I'm not going to be here when he arrives. Rose, I'm out of here, I told her. And I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone else that I called, say, like, Abe. Rose, please, Sydney. Just don't tell. Or else. I hesitated. If you do, I'll stop calling when this happens. We're going to be taking down a few more. God, what next? First torture, now threats. Worse, I was threatening someone I liked. Of course, I was lying. I understood why Sydney's group did what they did, and I wouldn't risk the exposure. She didn't know that, though, and I prayed she'd think I was just unstable enough to risk revealing us to the world. Rose, she tried yet again. I didn't give her the chance. Thanks, Sydney. We'll be in touch. I disconnected and handed Dennis the phone. Come on, guys. We're not done tonight. It was clear they thought I was crazy to be interrogating strigoi, but considering how reckless they were sometimes, my behavior wasn't quite weird enough for them to lose their faith in me. Soon they grew enthusiastic again, high on the idea of our first kill on this trip. My uncanny ability to sense strigoi made me even cooler in their eyes, and I grew confident they'd pretty much follow me anywhere. We caught 2 more strigoi that night and managed to repeat the procedure. The results were the same. Lots of insults in Russian. No new information. Once I was convinced a strigoi had nothing to offer us, I'd let the unpromised go in for the kill. They loved it, but after that third one, I found myself growing weary both mentally and physically. I told the group we were going to go home, and then, while cutting around the back of a factory, I sensed a 4th strigoi. We jumped him. Another scuffle occurred, but we eventually managed to pin him as we had the others. Go ahead, I told Dennis. You know what to, I'm going to rip your throat out, the strigoi snarled. Whoa. This one spoke English. Dennis opened his mouth to begin the interrogation, but I shook my head. I'll take over. Like the other strigoi, he swore and struggled, even with the stake against his neck, making it hard for me to talk. Look, I said, growing impatient and tired, just tell us what we need to know. We're looking for a domper named Dimitri Belikov. I know him. The strigoi's voice was smug. And he's no domper. Without realizing it, I'd called Dimitri a domper. I was tired and had slipped up. No wonder this strigoi was so pleased to talk. He assumed we didn't know about Dimitri turning. And like any arrogant strigoi, he was happy to tell us more, clearly in the hopes of causing us pain. Your friend has been awakened. He stalks the night with us now, drinking the blood of foolish girls like you. In a split second, 1,000 thoughts raced through my head. Holy crap. I'd come to Russia thinking it would be easy to find Dimitri. I'd had those hopes dashed in his hometown, nearly causing me to give up, and I'd swung the other way, resigning myself to the near impossibility of my task. The thought that I might be close to something here was staggering. You're lying, I said. You've never seen him. I see him all the time. I've killed with him. My stomach twisted, and it had nothing to do with the strigoi's proximity. Don't think about Dimitri killing people. Don't think about Dimitri killing people. I said the words over and over in my head, forcing myself to stay calm. If that's true, I hissed back, then I've got a message for you to deliver to him. Tell him Rose Hathaway is looking for him. I'm not your errand boy, he said, glowering. My stake slashed out, drawing blood, and he grimaced in pain. You're anything I want you to be. Now go tell Dimitri what I told you. Rose Hathaway. Rose Hathaway is looking for him. Say it. I pressed the point to his neck. Say my name so I know you'll remember. I'll remember it so I can kill you. The stake pressed harder, spilling blood. Rose Hathaway, he said. He spit at me but missed. Satisfied, I leaned back. Dennis watched me expectantly, stake poised and ready. Now we kill him. I shook my head. Now we let him go. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 17. Convincing them to release a strigoi, particularly when we had him trapped, wasn't easy. My questioning hadn't made sense to them either, but they'd gone along with it. Letting a strigoi go? That was really crazy even for the unpromised. They exchanged uneasy glances with one another, and I wondered if they'd disobey. In the end, my harshness and authority won out. They wanted me as their leader and put their faith in my actions no matter how insane they seemed. Of course, once we did let the strigoi go, we had the new problem of making sure he actually went. At first, he started to attack again, and then, realizing he'd probably get overwhelmed, he finally skulked off. He gave us one last menacing look as he disappeared into the darkness. I didn't think being taken down by a group of teenagers had done a lot for his self-esteem. He gave me in particular a look of hatred, and I shuddered at the idea of him knowing my name. There was nothing to be done about it now. I could only hope my plan had a chance of working. Dennis and the others got over me letting the strigoi go once we made a few other kills that week. We fell into a routine, investigating clubs and dangerous parts of town, relying on my senses to tell us when danger was near. It was funny to me how much the group soon began to rely on my leadership. They claimed they wanted no part of the Guardian's rules and authority, but they responded surprisingly well to me telling them what to do. Well, more or less. Every once in a while, I'd see a bit of that unhinged recklessness. One of them would try to play hero, underestimate a strigoi, or go in without the rest of us. Arthur nearly ended up with a concussion that way. As the largest of all of us, he'd gotten a bit cocky and was therefore caught off guard when a strigoi threw him into a wall. It had been a sobering moment for all of us. For a few agonizing moments, I'd feared Arthur was dead and that it was my fault as their leader. One of Sydney's alchemists had come, though I'd made sure not to be around, lest Abe find me, and had treated Arthur. The guy said Arthur would be fine with some bed rest, meaning he had to stop hunting for a while. It was hard for him to do, and I had to yell at him when he tried to follow us one night, reminding him of all their friends who had died before because of such stupidity. Out in the human world, Dompiers tended to run on human schedules. Now I put myself on a nocturnal schedule, just like I'd been on at the academy. The others followed suit, except for Tamara, since she had a day job. I didn't want to be asleep during the time strigoi prowled the streets. I had called Sydney each time we left a kill, and word had to be getting around in the strigoi community that someone was doing a lot of damage. And if the strigoi we'd released had carried my message, some of those strigoi could specifically come looking for me. As days passed, our kills dropped a little, making me think the strigoi were indeed being cautious now. I couldn't decide if that was a good or bad thing, but I urged the others to be extra careful. They were beginning to revere me as a goddess, but I took no satisfaction in their adoration. My heart still ached from all that had happened with Lissa and Dimitri. I wrapped myself up in my task, trying only to think of working the strigoi community to get closer to Dimitri. But when we weren't out hunting strigoi, I had a lot of downtime with nothing to do. And so I kept visiting Lissa. I'd known there were a lot of kids like Mia who lived at the royal court because their parents had jobs there. I didn't quite realize how many there were, though. Avery naturally knew them all, and to no one's surprise, at least not mine, most of them were spoiled and rich. The rest of Lissa's visit had been a series of other functions and formal parties. The more she listened to Royal Maroi talk business, the more it irritated her. She saw the same abuses of power she'd noted before, the same unfair way of distributing guardians like they were property. The controversial issue of whether Maroi should learn to fight alongside the guardians was also still a hot topic. Most of the people Lissa ran into at court were of the old school mentality, let guardians fight and Maroi stay protected. After seeing the results of that policy and the successes that had happened when people like Christian and I tried to change it, hearing the selfishness among the Maroi elite enraged Lissa. She welcomed her escapes from these events whenever she could, anxious to run wild with Avery. Avery was always able to find people to hang out with and attend parties of a much different nature than Tatiana's. Stifling court politics never came up at these parties, but there were still plenty of other things to drag Lissa's mood down. In particular, Lissa felt her guilt, anger, and depression over me spiraling deeper and deeper. She'd seen enough of spirit's effects on her moods to recognize potential warning signs, though she hadn't been actively using spirit while on this trip. Regardless of the mood's cause, she still continued to do her best to seek distraction and drown her depression. "Watch it," warned Avery one evening. She and Lissa were at a party the night before they had to fly back to the academy. A lot of those who lived at court had permanent housing, and this party was at the townhouse of some Zulsky who served as an aide on a committee Lissa didn't know. Lissa didn't really know their host either, but that didn't matter, save that his parents were out of town. "Watch what?" asked Lissa, staring around the sights. The townhouse had a courtyard out back, lit up by tiki torches and strings of twinkling lights. There were drinks and food in full force, and some Maroi guy had a guitar out and was trying to impress girls with his musical skills, which were non-existent. In fact, his music was so awful that he might have discovered a new way to kill strigoi. He was cute enough, though, that his admirers didn't seem to care what he played. "This," said Avery, pointing at Lissa's martini. "Are you keeping track of how many of those you're taking down?" "Not from what I can tell," said Adrian. He was sprawled on a lounge chair nearby, a drink in his own hand. Lissa felt a bit amateur compared to them. While Avery was still her wild and flirtatious self, she didn't have the crazed or stupid air of someone completely trashed. Lissa didn't know how much the other girl had been drinking, but it was presumably a lot since Avery always had a drink in hand. Likewise, Adrian never seemed to be without a beverage, the effects of which mostly mellowed him out. Lissa supposed they had a lot more experience than her. She'd gone soft over the years. "I'm fine," lied Lissa, who was watching her surroundings spin a little and seriously contemplating joining some girls dancing on a table across the courtyard. Avery's lips quirked into a smile, though her eyes showed a bit of worry. "Sure. Just don't get sick or anything. That kind of thing gets around, and the last thing we need is everyone knowing that the Dragomir girl can't hold her liquor. Your family has a fierce reputation to maintain." Lissa downed a drink. "Somehow, I doubt alcohol consumption is part of my family's illustrious ancestry." Avery pushed Adrian over and lay down next to him on the lounge chair. "Hey, you'd be surprised. In 10 years, this group will be your peers on the council. And you'll be trying to pass some resolution, and they'll be like, 'Remember that time she got trashed and threw up at that party?'" Lissa and Adrian both laughed at that. Lissa didn't think she was going to get sick, but like everything else, she would worry about it later. The bright point of all this was that drinking was helping numb the memories of what had happened earlier in the day. Tatiana had introduced her to her future guardians, a seasoned guy named Grant and a young lady, who was named Serena. They had been nice enough, but their parallels to Dimitri and me had been overwhelming. Taking them on had seemed like a betrayal to us, yet Lissa had simply nodded and thanked Tatiana. Later, Lissa had learned that Serena had originally been lined up to be the guardian for a girl she'd known her entire life. The girl wasn't royal, but sometimes, depending on guardian numbers, even non-royals got assigned guardians, though never more than one. When positions for Lissa's protection opened up, however, Tatiana had pulled Serena from the job with her friend. Serena had smiled and told Lissa it didn't matter. Duty came first, she said, and she was happy to serve her. Yet Lissa felt bad, knowing it had to have been hard on both girls and terribly unfair. But there it was again, an unfair balance of power with no one to really keep it in line. Leaving that encounter, Lissa had cursed her own meekness. If she hadn't had the courage to follow me, she thought, she should have at least put her foot down and demanded that Tatiana give her my mother instead. Then Serena could have gone back to her friend, and there'd be one friendship still left intact in the world. The martini simultaneously seemed to numb the pain and make her feel worse, which honestly made no sense to Lissa. Whatever, she thought. And when she caught a glimpse of a server passing by, she waved him over to order more. "Hey, can I Ambrose?" She stared in surprise at the guy standing before her. If there'd been a swimsuit calendar for hottest Domper guys, this one would have been the cover model, aside from Dimitri, but then, I was biased. This guy's name was Ambrose, and she and I had met him on our trip there together. He had deeply tanned skin and well-formed muscles underneath his grey button-down shirt. He was a particular oddity at court, a Domper who'd rejected guardian service and performed all sorts of tasks here, like giving massages and, if rumor was true, having romantic encounters with the queen. That one still made me cringe, and I'd run into some pretty disgusting things in my life. "Princess Dragomir," he said, flashing her one of his perfect white grins. An unexpected surprise. "How have you been?" she asked, genuinely happy to see him. "Good, good. I have the best job in the world, after all." "And you?" "Great," she replied. Ambrose paused, eyeing her. He didn't drop that gorgeous grin, but Lissa could tell he didn't agree with her. She could see the disapproval in his face. Avery accusing her of drinking too much was one thing. But some pretty Domper servant? Unacceptable. Lissa's demeanor grew cold, and she held out her glass. "I need another martini," she said, her voice as haughty as that of any perfect royal. He sensed the change in her, and his friendly smile turned to one of polite indifference. "Right away." He gave her a small bow and headed off to the bar. "Geez," said Avery, watching admiringly as he walked away. "Why didn't you introduce us to your friend?" "He's not my friend," snapped Lissa. "He's nobody." "Agreed," said Adrian, putting an arm around Avery. "Why look elsewhere when you've got the best right here?" If I hadn't known any better, I'd have sworn there was a hint of legitimate jealousy underneath his jovial tone. "Didn't I go out of my way to bring you to breakfast with my aunt?" Avery gave him a lazy smile. "That's a good start. You've still got a ways to go to impress me, Ivashkov." Her gaze drifted over Lissa's head and turned surprised. "Hey, jailbait's here." Mia, with Jill in tow, came striding through the garden, indifferent to the shocked looks she received. The two of them were clearly out of place. "Hey," said Mia when she reached Lissa's group. "My dad just got called away, and I have to go with him. I've got to give Jill back." "No problem," said Lissa automatically, though she clearly wasn't happy about Jill being there. Lissa still kept wondering if Christian had some special interest in her. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, just business." Mia made her farewells to everyone and left the party as quickly as she'd come, rolling her eyes at the other royal sneers and shock as she passed. Lissa turned her attention to Jill, who had sat gingerly in a nearby chair and was staring around her in wonder. "How's it been? Did you have fun with Mia?" Jill turned back to Lissa, face brightening. "Oh yeah. She's really great. She's done so much work with water. It's crazy. And she taught me a few fighting moves, too. I can throw a right hook, although not very hard." Ambrose returned then with Lissa's drink. He gave it to her wordlessly and softened a bit when he saw Jill. "You want anything?" She shook her head. "No, thanks." Adrian was watching Jill carefully. "You okay here? Do you want me to take you back to guest housing?" Like before, his intentions weren't romantic in the least. He seemed to regard her as a little sister, which I thought was cute. I hadn't thought him capable of that kind of protective behavior. She shook her head again. It's okay. I don't want you to have to leave, unless. Her expression grew worried. Do you want me to go? Nat, said Adrian. It's nice to have someone responsible around in the midst of all this madness. You should get yourself some food, if you're hungry. You're so motherly, teased Avery, echoing my thoughts. For whatever reason, Lissa took Adrian's responsible comment personally, like he was directly slamming her. I didn't think that was the case at all, but she wasn't really thinking all that clearly. Deciding she wanted some food herself, she got up and wandered over to the table in the courtyard's garden that had trays of appetizers on it. Well, it had earlier. Now the table was being used by the dancing girls Lissa had noticed before. Someone had cleared space by moving all the trays of food to the ground. Lissa leaned over and picked up a mini sandwich, watching the girls and wondering how they could find any sort of beat in that royal guy's horrible music. One of the girls spotted Lissa and grinned. She extended a hand. Hey, come on up. Lissa had met her once but couldn't recall her name. Dancing suddenly seemed like a great idea. Lissa finished the sandwich and, drink in hand, allowed herself to be pulled up. This got a few cheers from people gathered around. Lissa discovered that the crappy music was irrelevant and found herself getting into it. Her and the other girls' moves varied from overtly sexual to mockeries of disco. It was all fun, and Lissa wondered if Avery would claim this would haunt her in 10 years too. After a while, she and the others actually attempted some synchronized moves. They started by swaying their arms in the air and then moved on to some chorus line kicks. Those kicks proved disastrous. A misstep Lissa was wearing heels suddenly sent her over the table's edge. She lost the drink and nearly collapsed before a pair of arms caught her and kept her upright. My hero, she muttered. Then she got a good look at her savior's face. Aaron. Lissa's ex-boyfriend and the first guy she'd ever slept with looked down at her with a smile and released her once he seemed certain she could stand blonde-haired and blue-eyed. Aaron was handsome in a surfer kind of way. I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Mia had seen him. She, Aaron, and Lissa had once been involved in a triangle worthy of any soap opera. What are you doing here? We thought you disappeared, Lissa said. Aaron had left the academy a few months ago. I'm going to school out in New Hampshire, he replied. We're here visiting family. Well, it's great to see you, said Lissa. Things hadn't ended well between them, but in her current state, she meant her words. She'd had enough booze to think it was great to see everyone at the party. You too, he said. You look amazing. His words struck her more than she would have expected, probably because everyone else here had implied that she looked trashed and irresponsible. And breakup or no, she couldn't help but recall how attractive she'd once found him. Honestly, she still found him attractive. She just didn't love him anymore. You should stay in touch, she said. Let us know what's going on. For a moment, she wondered if she should have said that, in light of having a boyfriend. Then she dismissed her worries. There was nothing wrong with hanging out with other guys, particularly since Christian hadn't cared enough to come with her on this trip. I'd like that, Aaron said. There was something in his eyes she found pleasurably disconcerting. I don't suppose, though, that I could get a goodbye kiss, seeing as I rescued you and all. The idea was preposterous then. After a moment, Lissa laughed. What did it matter? Christian was the one she loved, and a kiss between friends would mean nothing. Looking up, she let Aaron lean down and cup her face. Their lips met, and there was no denying it, the kiss lasted a bit longer than a friendly one. When it ended, Lissa found herself smiling like a dazed schoolgirl, which, technically, she was. See you around, she said, heading back toward her friends. Avery wore a chastising look, but it wasn't over Aaron and the kiss. Are you crazy? You nearly broke your leg. You can't do that kind of thing. You're supposed to be the fun one, pointed out Lissa. It wasn't a big deal. Fun isn't the same as stupid, Avery retorted, face serious. You can't go do stupid shit like that. I think we should get you home. I'm fine, said Lissa. She stubbornly looked away from Avery and instead focused on some guys who were doing shots of tequila. They were having some sort of competition and half of them looked ready to pass out. Define fine, said Adrian Riley. Yet he looked concerned too. I'm fine, Lissa repeated. Her gaze snapped back to Avery. I didn't get hurt at all. She'd expected grief about Aaron and was surprised they hadn't given it to her, which made it even more surprising when it came from another source. You kissed that guy, exclaimed Jill, leaning forward. Her face was aghast, and she displayed none of her usual reticence. It was nothing, said Lissa, who was irked to have Jill reprimanding her of all people. Certainly none of your business. But you're with Christian. How could you do that to him? Relax, jailbait, said Avery. A drunken kiss is nothing compared to a drunken fall. God knows I've kissed plenty of guys drunk. And yet, I remain unkissed tonight, mused Adrian, with a shake of his head. It doesn't matter. Jill was really worked up. She'd grown to like and respect Christian. You cheated on him. With those words, Jill might as well have practiced her right hook on Lissa. I did not. Lissa exclaimed. Don't drag your crush on him into this and imagine things that aren't there. I didn't imagine that kiss, said Jill, flushing. That kiss is the least of our worries, sighed Avery. I'm serious, just let it go for now, you guys. We'll talk in the morning. But began Jill. You heard her. Let it go, a new voice growled. Reed Lazar had appeared out of nowhere and was looming over Jill, face as hard and scary as ever. Jill's eyes went wide. I'm just telling the truth. I had to admire her courage here, considering her normally timid nature. You're pissing everyone off, said Reed, leaning closer and clenching his fists. And you're pissing me off. I was pretty sure this was the most I'd ever heard him say. I tended to kind of think of him as a caveman, stringing three-word sentences together. Whoa. Adrian leapt up and rushed to Jill's side. You need to let this go. What, are you going to start a fight with some girl? Reed turned his glare on Adrian. Stay out of this. The hell I will. You're crazy. If anyone had asked me to make up a list of people most likely to risk a fight in defense of a lady's honor, Adrian Ivashkov would have been low on that list. Yet there he stood, face hard and hands sitting protectively on Jill's shoulder. I was in awe. And impressed. Reed, cried Avery. She too had risen and now stood on Jill's other side. She didn't mean anything. Back off. The two siblings stood there, eyes locked in some kind of silent showdown. Avery wore the harshest look I'd ever seen on her, and at last, he glowered and stepped back. Fine. Whatever. The group stared in amazement as he walked abruptly away. The music was so loud that only a few of the partygoers had overheard the argument. They stopped and stared, and Avery looked embarrassed as she sank back in her chair. Adrian still stood by Jill. What the hell was that? Adrian demanded. I don't know, Avery admitted. He gets weird and overprotective sometimes. She gave Jill an apologetic smile. I'm really sorry. Adrian shook his head. I think it's time for us to go. Even in her drunken state, Lissa had to agree. The confrontation with Reed had shocked her into soberness, and she was suddenly uneasily evaluating her actions tonight. The glittering lights and fancy cocktails of the party had lost their charm. The drunken antics of the other royals seemed clumsy and stupid. She had a feeling she might regret this party tomorrow. Once back in my own head, I felt fear set in. Okay. Something was very wrong with Lissa, and no one else seemed to notice it well, not to the extent they should have. Adrian and Avery did seem concerned, but I had the feeling they were blaming her behavior on the drinking. Lissa was still reminding me a lot of how she'd been when we'd first returned to St. Vladimir's, when Spirit had been seizing her and messing with her mind. Except, I knew enough about myself now to realize that my anger and fixation on punishing strigoi was being influenced by Spirit's dark side too. That meant I was draining it away from her. It should have been leaving Lissa, not building up. So what was wrong with her? Where was this short-tempered, crazy, and jealous persona coming from? Was Spirit's darkness simply growing in intensity so that it spread to both of us? Were we splitting it? Rose. Huh. I glanced up from where I'd been staring blankly at the TV. Dennis was looking down at me, his cell phone in his hand. Tamara had to work late. She's ready to go now, but... He nodded toward the window. The sun was almost down, the sky purple, with only a little orange on the horizon. Tamara worked within walking distance, and while there probably wasn't any real danger, I didn't want her out alone after sunset. I stood up. Come on, we'll go get her. To Lef and Arthur I said, you guys can stay here. Dennis and I walked the half-mile to the small office where Tamara worked. She did assorted clerical tasks, like filing and copying, and there'd apparently been some project that kept her there late tonight. We met her at the door and walked back to the apartment without incident, talking animatedly about our hunting plans for the evening. When we reached Tamara's building, I heard a strange wailing across the street. We all turned, and Dennis chuckled. Good God, it's that crazy woman again, I muttered. Tamara didn't live in a bad part of town but, as in any city, there were homeless people and panhandlers. The woman we watched was almost as ancient as Yeva, and she regularly walked up and down the street, muttering to herself. Today, she lay on her back on the sidewalk, making strange noises while waving her limbs like a turtle. Is she hurt? I asked. Nope. Just crazy, said Dennis. He and Tamara turned to go inside, but some soft part of me couldn't abandon her. I sighed. I'll be right in. The street was quiet, aside from the old lady, and I cut across without fear of traffic. Reaching the woman, I held out my hand to help her out, trying not to think about how dirty hers was. Like Dennis had said, she merely appeared to be in crazy mode today. She wasn't hurt, she'd apparently just decided to lie down. I shuddered. I tossed the word crazy around a lot when it came to Lissa and me, but this was truly crazy. I really hoped Spirit never took us this far. The homeless lady looked surprised at the help but took my hand and began talking excitedly in Russian. When she tried to hug me in gratitude, I stepped back and held up my hands in the international back-off signal. She did indeed back off but continued chatting happily. She grabbed the sides of her long coat and held them out like a ballroom skirt and began spinning around and singing. I laughed, surprised that in my grim world, this would cheer me up. I started to cross back over to Tamara's place. The old woman stopped dancing and began talking happily to me again. Sorry, I have to go, I told her. It didn't seem to register. Then she froze mid-sentence. Her expression gave me warning only half a millisecond before my nausea did. In one fluid motion, I spun around to face what was behind me, pulling my stake out as I moved. There was a strigoi there, tall and imposing, having sneaked up while I was distracted. Stupid. I'd refused to let Tamara walk home alone, but I'd never even considered danger right outside my nose. I wasn't sure if I said the word or thought it. It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered just then was what my eyes saw before me. Or, rather, what my eyes thought they saw. Because surely, I had to be imagining this. It couldn't be real. Not after all this time. Dimitri. I knew him instantly, even though he'd changed. I think in a crowd of 1,000,000 people, I would have recognized him. The connection between us would allow nothing else. And after being deprived of him for so long, I drank in every feature. The dark, chin-length hair, worn loose tonight and curling slightly around his face. The familiar set of lips, quirked now in an amused yet chilling smile. He even wore the duster he always wore, the long leather coat that could have come straight out of a cowboy movie. And then, there were the strigoi features. His dark eyes, the eyes I loved, ringed in red. The pale, death-white skin. In life, his complexion had been as tanned as mine, thanks to so much time outdoors. If he opened his mouth, I knew I'd see fangs. My whole assessment took place in the blink of an eye. I'd reacted fast when I'd felt him, faster than he'd probably expected. I still had the element of surprise, my stake poised and ready. It was perfectly lined up with his heart. I could tell, then and there, that I could make the hit faster than he could defend. But the eyes. Oh God, the eyes. Even with that sickening red ring around his pupils, his eyes still reminded me of the Dimitri I'd known. The look in his eyes, the soulless, malicious gleam that was nothing like him. But there was just enough resemblance to stir my heart, to overwhelm my senses and feelings. My stake was ready. All I had to do was keep swinging to make the kill. I had momentum on my side. But I couldn't. I just needed a few more seconds to drink him in before I killed him. And that's when he spoke. Rosa. His voice had that same wonderful lowness, the same accent, it was all just colder. You forgot my first lesson, don't hesitate. I just barely saw his fist striking out toward my head, and then I saw nothing at all. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 18. Unsurprisingly, I woke up with a headache. For a few addled seconds, I had no idea what had happened or where I was. As drowsiness wore off, the events on the street came slamming back to me. I sat upright, all of my defenses kicking into action, despite the slight wooziness in my head. Time to figure out where I was now. I sat up on an enormous bed in a darkened room. No, not just a room. More like a suite or a studio. I'd thought the hotel in St. Petersburg was opulent, but this blew it away. The half of the studio I sat in contained the bed and usual bedroom accessories, a dresser, nightstands, etc. The other half looked like a living room area, with a couch and a television. Shelves were built into the walls, all of them filled with books. Off to my right was a short hall with a door at the end. Probably a bathroom. On my other side was a large picture window, tinted, as Maroi windows often were. This one had more tint than any I'd ever seen. It was almost solid black, nearly impossible to see through. Only the fact that I could differentiate the sky from the horizon after a fair amount of squinting let me know it was daytime out there. I slid off the bed, my senses on high alert as I tried to assess my danger. My stomach felt fine, there were no strigoi in the area. That didn't necessarily rule out some other person, however. I couldn't take anything for granted, doing so was what had gotten me in trouble on the street. There was no time to ponder that, though. Not quite yet. If I did, my resolve here was going to falter. Sliding off the bed, I reached into my coat pocket for the stake. Gone, of course. I saw nothing else nearby that would pass as a weapon, meaning I'd have to rely on my own body to do my fighting. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a light switch on the wall. I flipped it on and froze, waiting to see what or who the overhead lights would unveil. Nothing unusual. No one else. Immediately, I did the first obvious thing and checked the door. It was locked, as I'd expected, and the only way of opening it was a numeric keypad. Plus, it was heavy and made of what looked like steel. It reminded me of a fire door. There was no getting past it, so I turned back around to continue my exploration. It was actually kind of ironic. A lot of my classes had gone over detailed ways of checking out a place. I'd always hated those. I'd wanted to learn about fighting. Now it appeared those lessons that had seemed useless at the time had real purpose. The light had brought the suite's objects into sharper relief. The bed was covered in an ivory satin duvet, filled to maximum fluffiness with down. Creeping over to the living room, I saw that the TV was nice, really nice. Large screen plasma. It looked brand new. The couches were nice too, covered in matte green leather. It was an unusual color choice for leather, but it worked. All of the furniture in the place, tables, desk, dresser, was made of a smooth, polished black wood. In a corner of the living room, I saw a small refrigerator. Kneeling down, I opened it up to find bottled water and juice, assorted fruits, and bags of perfectly cut cheeses. On top of the refrigerator was more snack-type food, nuts, crackers, and some type of glazed pastry. My stomach growled at the sight of it, but no way was I going to eat anything in this place. The bathroom was done in the same style as the rest of the studio. The shower and large jacuzzi tub were made of black polished marble, and little soaps and shampoos lined the counter. A larger mirror hung over the sink, except, it wasn't actually hanging. It was embedded so tightly into the wall that there was absolutely no way it could be removed. The material was strange too. It looked more like reflective metal than glass. At first I thought that was strange, until I raced back out to the main room and looked around. There was absolutely nothing here that could be turned into a weapon. The TV was too big to move or break, short of cracking the screen, which looked like it was made of some high-tech plastic. There was no glass in any of the tables. The shelves were embedded. The bottles in the refrigerator were all plastic. And the window. I ran over to it, feeling along its edges. Like the mirror, it was fitted perfectly into the wall. There were no panes. It was one smooth piece. Squinting again, I finally got a detailed view of my outer surroundings and saw nothing. The land appeared to be rolling plains, with only a few scattered trees. It reminded me of the wilderness I'd traveled while going to Baya. I was no longer in Novosibirsk, apparently. And peering down, I saw that I was fairly high up. 4th floor, maybe. Whatever it was too high to jump without breaking a limb. Still, I had to take some sort of action. I couldn't just sit here. I picked up the desk's chair and slammed it into the window and achieved little effect on either the chair or the glass. Jesus Christ, I muttered. I tried 3 more times and still had no luck. It was like they were both made of steel. Maybe the glass was some kind of bulletproof industrial strength stuff. And the chair, well, hell if I knew. It was all one piece of wood and showed no signs of splintering, even after what I'd just put it through. But since I'd spent my whole life doing things that weren't that reasonable, I kept trying to break the glass. I was on my 5th try when my stomach warned me of a strigoi's approach. Spinning around, I kept a hold of the chair and charged the door. It opened, and I slammed into the intruder, with the chair's legs pointing out. It was Dimitri. Those same conflicted feelings I'd felt on the street returned to me, love mingled with terror. This time, I pushed through the love, not flinching in my attack. Not that it did much good. Hitting him was like hitting the window. He shoved me back, and I staggered, still holding onto the chair. I kept my balance and charged once more. This time, when we collided, he grabbed a hold of the chair and ripped it from my hands. He then tossed it into the wall, like it weighed nothing. Without that meager weapon, it was back to relying on my own body's strength. I'd been doing it for the last couple of weeks with our strigoi questioning, this should have been the same. Of course, I'd had 4 other people then as backup. And none of those strigoi had been Dimitri. Even as a domper, he'd been hard to beat. Now he was just as skilled, only faster and stronger. He also knew all my moves, seeing as he'd taught them to me. It was almost impossible to surprise him. But just like with the window, I couldn't stay inactive. I was trapped in a room. The fact that it was a big, luxurious room didn't matter with a strigoi. A strigoi. That's what I had to keep telling myself. There was a strigoi in here. Not Dimitri. Everything I told Dennis and the others applied here. Be smart. Be vigilant. Defend yourself. Rose, he said, deflecting one of my kicks effortlessly. You're wasting time. Stop. Oh, that voice. Dimitri's voice. The voice I heard when I fell asleep at night, the voice that had once told me he loved me. No. It's not him. Dimitri is gone. This is a monster. Desperately, I tried to think of how I could win here. I even thought of the ghosts I'd summoned on the road. Mark had said I could do that in moments of wild emotion and that they'd fight for me. This was as wild as emotion could get, yet I couldn't seem to call them. I honestly had no clue how I'd done it before, and all the wishing in the world couldn't make it happen now. Damn. What good were terrifying powers if I couldn't use them to my advantage? Instead, I pulled the DVD player off its shelf, cords ripping from the wall. It wasn't much of a weapon, but I was desperate now. I heard a strange, primal battle scream, and some distant part of me realized I was making it. Again, I ran at Dimitri, swinging the DVD player as hard as I could. It probably would have hurt a little if it had hit him. It didn't. He intercepted it again, taking it from me, and throwing it down. It smashed to pieces on the floor. In the same motion, he grabbed a hold of my arms to stop me from hitting or reaching for something else. His grip was hard, like it could break my bones, but I kept struggling. He tried reason again. I'm not going to hurt you. Rosa, please stop. Rosa. The old nickname. The name he'd first called me when we'd fallen prey to Victor's lust charm, both of us wrapped naked in each other's arms. This isn't the Dimitri you knew. My hands were incapacitated, so I struck out with my legs and feet as best I could. It didn't do much. Without full use of the rest of my body for balance, I had no force to throw into my kicks. For his part, he looked more annoyed than truly concerned or angry. With a loud sigh, he grabbed me by the shoulders and flipped me around, pressing me against the wall and immobilizing me with the full force of his body. I struggled a little but was as pinned as the strigoi had been when the others and I had gone hunting. The universe had a sick sense of humor. Stop fighting me. His breath was warm against my neck, his body right up against mine. I knew his mouth was only a couple inches away. I'm not going to hurt you. I gave another fruitless shove. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and my head injury throbbed. You'll have to understand if I have a hard time believing that. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. Now, if you're going to keep fighting, I'll have to tie you up. If you stop, I'll let you stay unrestrained. Aren't you afraid I'll escape? No. His voice was perfectly calm, and chills ran down my spine. I am not. We stood like that for almost a minute, deadlocked. My mind raced. It was true that he probably would have killed me already if that were his intent, yet that gave me no reason to believe I was even remotely safe. Nonetheless, we were at a draw in this fight. Okay, draw wasn't entirely accurate. I was at a draw. He was toying with me. My head was throbbing where his blow had landed, and this pointless fighting would only take a further toll. I had to regain my strength in order to find a way to escape if I lived that long. I also needed to stop thinking about how close our bodies were. After our months of being so careful not to touch, this much contact was heady. I relaxed in his hold. Okay. He hesitated before letting me go, probably wondering if he could trust me. The whole moment reminded me of when we'd been together in the little cabin on the periphery of the academy's grounds. I'd been raging and upset, brimming with spirit's darkness. Dimitri had held me down then, too, and talked me out of that horrible state. We had kissed, then his hands had lifted my shirt, and no, not here. I couldn't think about that here. Dimitri finally eased up, releasing me from the wall. I turned around, and all my instincts wanted to lash out and attack him again. Sternly, I reminded myself to bide my time so that I could gain more strength and information. Even though he'd let me go, he hadn't moved away. We were only a foot apart. Against my better judgment, I found myself taking him in again, like I had on the street. How could he be the same and yet so different? I tried my best not to focus on the similarities: his hair, the difference in our heights, the shape of his face. Instead, I concentrated on the strigoi features, the red in his eyes and pallor of his skin. I was so fixated on my task that it took me a moment to realize he wasn't saying anything either. He was studying me intently, like his eyes could look right through me. I shivered. It almost seemed as though I captivated him the same way he captivated me. That was impossible, though. Strigoi didn't possess those kinds of emotions, and besides, the thought of him still having any affection for me was probably just wishful thinking on my part. His face had always been hard to read, and now it was overlaid with a mask of cunning and coldness that made it truly impossible to know what was on his mind. "Why did you come here?" he asked at last. "Because you hit me on the head and dragged me here. If I was going to die, I was going to go in true Rose style." The old Dimitri would have cracked a smile or given an exasperated sigh. This one remained impassive. "That's not what I meant, and you know it. Why are you here?" His voice was low and dangerous. I'd thought Abe was scary, but there was no competition at all. Even Zime would have backed off. "In Siberia? I came to find you. I came here to get away from you." I was so shocked that I said something utterly ridiculous. "Why?" "Because I might kill you." The look he gave me showed that he thought that was indeed a ridiculous thing to say. "No. So we wouldn't be in this situation. Now we are, and the choice is inevitable." I wasn't entirely sure what the situation was. "Well, you can let me go if you want to avoid it." He stepped away and walked toward the living room without looking back at me. I was tempted to try to do a sneak attack on him, but something told me I'd probably only make it about 4 feet before getting backhanded. He sat down in one of the luxurious leather armchairs, folding his 6'7" frame up as gracefully as he'd always done. God, why did he have to be so contradictory? He had the old Dimitri's habits mixed with those of a monster. I stayed where I was, huddled against the wall. "Not possible anymore. Not after seeing you now." Again, he studied me. It felt strange. Part of me responded with excitement to the intensity of his gaze, loving the way he surveyed my body from head to toe. The other part of me felt dirty, like slime or muck was oozing over my skin as he studied me. "You're still as beautiful as I remember, Rosa." Not that I should have expected anything different. I didn't know what to say to that. I'd never really had a conversation with a strigoi, short of trading a few insults and threats in the midst of a fight. The nearest I'd come was when I'd been held captive by Isaiah. I actually had been tied up then, and most of the talking had been about him killing me. This, well, it wasn't like that, but it was still definitely creepy. I crossed my arms over my chest and backed up against the wall. It was the closest I could come to some semblance of a defense. He tilted his head, watching me carefully. A shadow fell across his face in such a way that it made the red in his eyes hard to see. Instead, they looked dark. Just like they used to, endless and wonderful, filled with love and bravery. "You can sit down," he said. "I'm fine over here. Is there anything else you want?" "For you to let me go." For a moment, I thought I saw a bit of that old wryness in his face, the kind he'd get when I made jokes. Studying him, I decided I'd imagined it. No, Rosa. I meant, do you need anything here? Different food? Books? Entertainment? I stared incredulously. You make it sound like some sort of luxury hotel. It is, to a certain extent. I can speak to Galina, and she'll get you anything you wish. Galina. Dimitri's lips turned up in a smile. Well, kind of. I think his thoughts were fond, but the smile conveyed none of that. It was chilling, dark, and full of secrets. Only my refusal to show weakness before him stopped me from cringing. Galina is my old instructor, back from when I was in school. She's strigoi. Yes. She was awakened several years ago, in a fight in Prague. She's relatively young for a strigoi, but she's risen in power. All of this is hers. Dimitri gestured around us. And you live with her? I asked, curious in spite of myself. I wondered exactly what kind of relationship they had, and to my surprise, I felt jealous. Not that I had reason to. He was a strigoi, beyond me now. And it wouldn't be the first time a teacher and student had gotten together. I work for her. She was another reason I returned here when I was awakened. I knew she was strigoi, and I wanted her guidance. And you wanted to get away from me. That was the other reason, right? His only answer was a nod of his head. No elaboration. Where are we? We're far from Novosibirsk, right? Yes. Galina's estate is outside the city. How far? That smile twisted a little. I know what you're doing, and I'm not going to give you that sort of information. Then what are you doing? I demanded, all of my pent-up fear bursting out as anger. Why are you holding me here? Kill me or let me go. And if you're going to just lock me up and torture me with mind games or whatever, then I really would rather you kill me. Brave words. He stood up and began pacing once more. I almost believe you. They're true, I replied defiantly. I came here to kill you. And if I can't do that, then I'd rather die. You failed, you know. On the street. Yeah. I kind of figured that out when I woke up here. Dimitri made an abrupt turn and was suddenly standing in front of me, moving with that lightning-fast strigoi speed. My strigoi nausea had never gone away, but the more time I spent with him, the more it faded to a low-level sort of background noise that I could more or less ignore. I'm a little disappointed. You're so good, Rose. So very, very good. You and your friends going around and taking down strigoi caused quite a stir, you know. Some strigoi were even afraid. But not you. When I heard it was you, He turned thoughtful, eyes narrowing. No, I was curious. Wary. If anyone could have killed me, it would have been you. But like I said, you hesitated. It was your ultimate test of my lessons, and you failed. I kept my face blank. Inside, I was still beating myself up over that moment of weakness on the street. I won't hesitate next time. There won't be a next time. And anyway, as disappointed as I am in you, I'm still glad to be alive, of course. You aren't alive, I said through gritted teeth. God, he was so close to me again. Even with the changes to his face, the lean and muscled body was the same. You're dead. Unnatural. You told me a long time ago you'd rather die than be like this. That's why I'm going to kill you. You're only saying that because you don't know any better. I didn't either back then. Look, I meant what I said. I'm not playing your game. If I can't get out of here, then just kill me, okay? Without warning, he reached out and ran his fingers along the side of my face. I gasped. His hand was ice cold, but the way he touched me, again, it was the same. Exactly the same as I remembered. How was this possible? So similar, yet so different. All of a sudden, another of his lessons came to mind, about how strigoi could seem so like those you'd once known. It was why it was so easy to hesitate. Killing you, well, it's not that simple, he said. His voice dropped to a low whisper again, like a snake slithering against my skin. There's a third option. I could awaken you. I froze and stopped breathing altogether. No. It was the only thing I could say. My brain couldn't come up with anything more complex, nothing witty or clever. His words were too terrifying to even begin to ponder. No. You don't know what it's like. It's amazing. Transcendent. All your senses are alive, the world is more alive yet, but you're dead. Am I? He caught hold of my hand and placed it over his chest. In it, I could feel a steady beating. My eyes widened. My heart beats. I'm breathing. Yeah, but... I tried desperately to think of everything I'd ever been taught about strigoi. It's not really being alive. It's dark magic reanimating you. It's an illusion of life. It's better than life. Both of his hands moved up and cupped my face. His heartbeat might have been steady, but mine was racing. It's like being a god, Rose. Strength. Speed. Able to perceive the world in ways you could never imagine. And immortality. We could be together forever. Once, that was all I'd ever wanted. And deep inside of me, some part still wished for that, wished desperately to be with him for all time. Yet, it wouldn't be the way I wanted it. It wouldn't be like it used to be. This would be something different. Something wrong. I swallowed. No. I could barely hear my own voice, barely even form the words with him touching me like that. His fingertips were so light and gentle. We can't be. We could. One of his fingers trailed down the side of my chin and came to rest on the artery in my neck. I could do it quickly. There'd be no pain. It'd be done before you even knew it. He was probably right. If you were forced to become strigoi, you had the blood drained from you. Then a strigoi would usually cut himself and bring that blood to your lips. Somehow, I imagined I'd pass out before I was even half drained. Together forever. The world blurred a little. I don't know if it was because of my head trauma or the terror coursing through my body. I had envisioned 100 scenarios when I set out after Dimitri. Becoming a strigoi hadn't been one of them. Death his or mine had been the only thought consuming me, which had been stupid on my part. My sluggish thoughts were interrupted when the door suddenly opened. Dimitri turned, shoving me away hard so that he stood protectively in front of me. Two people entered, shutting the door before I could even consider running for it. One of the newcomers was a strigoi, a guy. The other was a human woman carrying a tray, her head bowed down. I recognized the strigoi immediately. It was hard not to, his face haunted my dreams. Blonde hair, about the length of Dimitri's, hung over the side of a face that looked like he'd been in his early 20s when he turned. He had apparently seen Lisa and me when we were younger, but I had only seen him twice before. Once had been when I fought him on the academy's grounds. The other time was when I'd encountered him in the cave that other strigoi were using as a hangout. He was the one who had bitten and turned Dimitri. The guy barely spared me a glance and instead turned the full force of his anger on Dimitri. What the hell is going on? I had no trouble understanding him. He was American. You're keeping some pet up here. It's none of your concern, Nathan. Dimitri's voice was ice. Earlier, I'd thought he conveyed no emotion in his words. Now I realized it was just more difficult to detect. There was a clear challenge in his voice now, a warning for this other guy to back off. Galina gave me permission. Nathan's eyes drifted from Dimitri to me. His anger turned to shock. Her. Dimitri shifted slightly, putting himself directly in front of me now. Some rebellious part wanted to snap that I didn't need a strigoi's protection, except, well, I kind of did. She was at the school in Montana. We fought. His lips curled back, showing his fangs. I would have tasted her blood if that fire-using Maroi brat hadn't been around. This doesn't have anything to do with you, replied Dimitri. Nathan's red eyes were wide and eager. Are you kidding? She can lead us to the Dragomir girl. If we finish that line off, our names will be legendary. How long are you going to keep her? Get out, growled Dimitri. That's not a request. Nathan pointed at me. She's valuable. If you're going to keep her around as some blood whore plaything, at least share. Then, we'll get the information and finish her. Dimitri took a step forward. Get out of here. If you lay a hand on her, I will destroy you. I will rip your head off with my bare hands and watch it burn in the sunday. Nathan's fury grew. Galina won't allow you to play house with this girl. Even you don't have that much favor. Don't make me tell you to leave again. I'm not in a patient mood today. Nathan said nothing, and the two strigoi stood there in a staring match. I knew strigoi's strength and power were partially related to age. Nathan had obviously been turned first. I didn't know by how much, but watching them, I got the feeling that Dimitri might be stronger or that it was at least a very, very even match. I could have sworn I saw a glimpse of fear in Nathan's red eyes, but he turned away before I could get a good look. This isn't over, he snapped, moving toward the door. I'm talking to Galina. He left, and for a moment, nobody moved or spoke. Then Dimitri looked at the human woman and said something in Russian. She'd been standing there, frozen. Leaning over, she carefully placed her tray on the coffee table by the couch. She lifted a silver lid up, revealing a plate of pepperoni pizza loaded with cheese. Under any other circumstances, someone bringing me pizza in a strigoi home would have been ludicrous and funny. Now, in the wake of Dimitri's threat to turn me strigoi and Nathan's desire to use me to get to Lissa, nothing was funny. Even Rose Hathaway had limits when it came to making jokes. Next to the pizza was a huge brownie, thick with frosting. Food I loved, as Dimitri well knew. Lunch, he said. Not poisoned. Everything on the tray looked amazing, but I shook my head. I'm not going to eat. He arched an eyebrow. Do you want something else? I don't want anything else because I'm not going to eat anything at all. If you aren't going to kill me, then I'll do it myself. It was occurring to me that the sweet's lack of weapons was probably for my own protection as much as theirs. By starving to death. There was dark amusement in his eyes. I'll awaken you long before then. Why aren't you just doing it now? Because I'd rather wait for you to be willing. Man, he really did sound like Abe, except that breaking one's kneecap seemed kind of soft-core in comparison. You're going to be waiting a long time, I said. Dimitri laughed out loud then. His laughter had been rare as a dong purr, and hearing it had always thrilled me. Now it no longer had that rich warmth that had wrapped all around me. It was cold and menacing. We'll see. And before I could form a reply, he moved in front of me again. His hand snaked behind my neck, shoving me against him, and he tilted my face up, pressing his lips against mine. They were as cold as the rest of his skin, and yet there was something warm in there, too. Some voice in me screamed that this was sick and horrible, but at the same time, I lost track of the world around me as we kissed and could almost pretend we were back together in the cabin. He pulled away as quickly as he'd moved in, leaving me gasping and wide-eyed. Casually, like nothing had happened, he gestured to the woman. This is Ina. She looked up at the sound of her name, and I saw she was no older than me. She works for Galina too and will check in on you. If you need anything, let her know. She doesn't speak much English, but she'll figure it out. He said something else to her, and she meekly followed him to the door. Where are you going? I asked. I have things to do. Besides, you need time to think. There's nothing to think about. I forced as much defiance into my words as I could. It must not have sounded very fierce, though, because all my speech earned me was one mocking smile before he leapt within leaving me alone in my luxurious prison. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 19. For someone who had preached to Dennis about impulse control, I wasn't setting a very good example. Once left alone in the suite, I continued trying everything possible to get out emphasis on the try part. Nathan had acted like keeping a prisoner was a rare thing, but from what I could tell, this place had been built to hold people in. The door and window remained impassable, no matter how hard I beat at them or threw objects against them. I didn't bother with the chair this time and instead used one of the living room's end tables, hoping it would carry some extra heft. It didn't. When that didn't work, I actually tried entering random codes into the door's keypad. Also useless. Finally, exhausted, I collapsed onto the leather sofa and tried to assess my options. The process didn't take very long. I was trapped in a house full of strigoi. Okay, I didn't know that for sure, but I knew there were at least 3 here, which was far too many for me. Dimitri had referred to this place as an estate, which I didn't find comforting. Estates were big. The fact that I appeared to be on the 4th floor was proof of that. A big place meant that there could be lots of room for lots of vampires. The one comfort I had was that strigoi didn't cooperate very well. Finding large groups of them working together was rare. I'd observed it a couple of times, the attack on the academy being one such occasion. They'd come then because the school's wards had dropped, and that had been a big enough incentive for the strigoi to unite. Even when they did try to work together, the unions were usually short-lived. The friction I'd observed between Dimitri and Nathan was proof of that. Dimitri. I closed my eyes. Dimitri was the reason I was here. I'd come to free him from this state of living death and had promptly failed, just as he'd said. Now, it appeared I might be on the verge of joining him. Yeah, good job, Rose. I shivered, trying to imagine myself as one of them. Red rings around my pupils. Tan skin gone pale. I couldn't picture it, and I supposed I'd never have to actually see myself if it happened. Strigoi cast no reflections. It would make doing my hair a real pain in the ass. The scariest change of all would be within, the loss of my connection to my soul. Both Dimitri and Nathan had been cruel and antagonistic. Even if I hadn't been around to start the fight, it probably wouldn't have taken long for them to find some other reason to turn on each other. I was combative, but it was always driven by some passion for others. Strigoi fought because they relished the bloodshed. I didn't want to be like that, seeking blood and violence because I enjoyed it. I didn't want to believe that of Dimitri either, but his actions had already branded him as a strigoi. I also knew what he had to have been eating this whole time to survive. Strigoi could go longer without blood than maroi, but it had been over a month since he was turned. There was no question he had fed, and strigoi almost always killed their victims to eat. I couldn't picture that of Dimitri, not the man I'd known. I opened my eyes. The topic of feeding had brought my lunch to mind. Pizza and brownies. 2 of the most perfect foods on the planet. The pizza had long gone cold during my escape efforts, but as I stared at the plate, both it and the brownie looked delicious. If the outside light was any indication, it hadn't been a full 24 hours since Dimitri had caught me, but it was getting pretty close. That was a long time to go without food, and I wanted to eat that pizza badly, cold or not. I didn't really want to starve to death. Of course, I didn't want to become strigoi either, but this situation was quickly running away from what I wanted. Starvation took a long time, and I suspected Dimitri was right, he'd turn me long before I had a chance to truly starve. I'd have to find some other way to die. God, not that I wanted that at all, and in the meantime, I decided I might as well keep up my strength on the feeble chance I might be able to escape. Once the decision was made, I gobbled down the food in about 3 minutes. I had no idea who strigoi hired to do their cooking. Hell, strigoi couldn't even eat regular food, unlike moroi, but it was fantastic. Some wry part of me noted that I'd been given food that required no silverware. They really had thought of every possible way I might get my hands on a weapon. My mouth was full of my last giant bite of brownie when the door suddenly opened. Ina slipped deftly inside, the door shutting almost immediately. Son of a bitch. Or at least I tried to say that through my mouthful of food. While I'd been debating whether to eat or not, I should have been staking out the door. Dimitri had said Ina would check in on me. I should have been waiting to overpower her. Instead, she'd gotten in while I wasn't paying attention. Once again, I'd slipped up. Just like when she was around Dimitri and Nathan, Ina made very little eye contact. She held a pile of clothes in her arms and paused in front of me, holding them out. Uncertain, I took them from her and set them beside me on the couch. Thanks, I said. Pointing at the empty tray, she actually glanced up at me shyly, a question in her brown eyes. Seeing her straight on, I was surprised at how pretty she was. She might even have been younger than me, and I wondered how she'd ended up being forced to work here. Understanding her query, I nodded. Thanks. She picked the tray up and waited a moment. I wasn't sure why, then it occurred to me she must be waiting to see if I wanted anything else. I was pretty sure the combination to the lock wouldn't translate very well. I shrugged and waved her off, my mind spinning as I watched her approach the door. I should wait for her to open the door and then jump her, I thought. Immediately, a gut reaction sprang up in me, hesitation at striking out at an innocent. Another thought squashed that one, it's me or her. I tensed. Ina pressed herself close to the door as she punched in the combination, effectively blocking my view. Judging by how long she was punching in numbers, the code appeared to be pretty long. The door clicked open, and I braced myself to act. Then I decided against it at the last moment. For all I knew, there could be an army of strigoi out there. If I was going to use Ina to escape, I probably only had one opportunity. I needed to make it count. So, instead of leaping up, I shifted slightly so that I could see beyond her. She was just as fast as before, slipping out as soon as the door unlocked. But in that moment, I caught a glimpse of a short corridor and what looked like another heavy door. Interesting. Double doors on my prison. If I did follow her, that would prevent me from making an immediate escape. She could simply wait by the other locked door, holding out until strigoi backup showed up. That made things more difficult, but understanding the setup at least gave me a spark of hope. I just needed to figure out what to do with this information, provided I hadn't screwed myself by not acting now. For all I knew, Dimitri was about to walk in and turn me into a strigoi. I sighed. Dimitri, Dimitri, Dimitri. Looking down, I took the time to actually see what she'd brought me. My current attire wasn't bothering me, but if I stayed here much longer, my jeans and t-shirt were going to get pretty gross. Like Tamara, someone wanted to dress me up. The clothes Ina had brought were all dresses and all in my size. A red silk sheath. A long-sleeved, form-fitting knit dress edged in satin. An empire waist, ankle-length chiffon gown. Oh, great. I'm a doll. Digging deeper into the stack, I discovered there were a few nightshirts and nightgowns tucked in there as well as some underwear and bras. All of those were satin and silk. The most casual item in the whole lot was a forest green sweater dress, but even it was made of the softest cashmere. I held it up, trying to imagine myself making a daring escape in it. Nope. With a shake of my head, I heedlessly tossed all of the clothes onto the floor. Looked like I'd be wearing grungy clothes for a while. I paced around after that, turning over futile escape plans that I'd already spun around in my head a million times. In walking, I realized how tired I was. Aside from the blackout when Dimitri had hit me, I hadn't slept in over a day. Deciding how to handle this was like deciding how to deal with the food. Let down my guard or not. I needed strength, but each concession I made put me more at risk. At last, I gave in, and as I lay down on the massive bed, an idea suddenly occurred to me. I wasn't totally without help. If Adrian came to visit me in my sleep, I could tell him what had happened. True, I told him to stay away last time, but he'd never listened to me before. Why should this time be any different? I focused on him as hard as I could while I waited for sleep to come, as though my thoughts might act as some sort of bat signal and summon him. It didn't work. There was no visit in my dreams, and when I woke up, I was surprised at just how much that hurt me. Despite Adrian's infatuation with Avery, I couldn't help but recall how kind he'd been to Jill the last time I saw them. He was worried about Lissa, too, and he'd displayed none of his usual carefree bravado. He'd been serious and well, sweet. A lump formed in my throat. Even if I had no romantic interest in him, I'd still treated him badly. I'd lost both our friendship and any chance of calling for help through him. The soft rustling of paper snapped me from my musings and I jerked upright. Someone was in the living room, his back to me as he sat on the couch, and it took me only a moment to recognize who. Dimitri. What are you doing here? I asked, climbing out of bed. In my groggy state, I hadn't even registered the nausea. Waiting for you to wake up, he said, not bothering to turn around. He was overly confident in my inability to inflict damage as well he should have been. Sounds kind of boring. I walked into the living room, moving myself far to the side of him and leaning against the wall. I crossed my arms over my chest, again taking comfort in that meaningless protective posture. Not so boring. I had company. He glanced over at me and held up a book. A Western. I think that shocked me almost as much as his altered appearance. There was something so normal about it all. He'd loved Western novels when he was a domper, and I'd often teased him about wanting to be a cowboy. Somehow, I'd imagined that hobby would go away when he turned. Irrationally hopeful, I studied his face as though I might see some radical change, like maybe he'd turned back to the way he'd been while I slept. Maybe the last month and a half had been a dream. Nope. Red eyes and a hard expression looked back at me. My hopes shattered. You slept for a long time, he added. I dared a quick look at the window. Totally black. It was nighttime. Damn. I'd only wanted a 2-hour power nap. And you ate. The amusement in his voice grated at me. Yeah, well, I'm a sucker for pepperoni. What do you want? He placed a bookmark in the book and set it on the table. To see you. Really? I thought your only goal was to make me one of the living dead. He didn't acknowledge that, which was a bit frustrating. I hated feeling like what I had to say was being ignored. Instead, he tried to get me to sit down. Aren't you tired of always standing? I just woke up. Besides, if I can spend an hour tossing furniture around, a little standing isn't that big a deal. I didn't know why I was throwing out my usual witty quips. Honestly, considering the situation, I should have just ignored him. I should have stayed silent instead of playing into this game. I guess I kind of hoped that if I made the jokes I used to, I'd get some kind of response from the old Dimitri. I repressed a sigh. There I was again, forgetting Dimitri's own lessons. Strigoi were not the people they used to be. Sitting's not that big a deal either, he replied. I told you before, I'm not going to hurt you. Hurt is kind of a subjective term. Then, in a sudden decision to seem fearless, I walked over and sat in the armchair across from him. Happy now? He tilted his head, and a few pieces of brown hair escaped from where he'd pulled it back in a small ponytail. You still stay beautiful, even after sleeping and fighting. His eyes flicked down to the clothes I'd tossed on the floor. You don't like any of them. I'm not here to play dress up with you. Designer clothes aren't going to suddenly get me on board with joining the strigoi club. He gave me a long, penetrating stare. Why don't you trust me? I stared back, only my stare was one of disbelief. How can you ask that? You abducted me. You kill innocent people to survive. You aren't the same. I'm better, I told you. And as for innocent, he shrugged. No one's really innocent. Besides, the world is made up of predators and prey. Those who are strong conquer those who are weak. It's part of the natural order. You used to be into that, if I remember correctly. I looked away. Back at school, my favorite non-guardian class had been biology. I'd loved reading about animal behavior, about the survival of the fittest. Dimitri had been my alpha male, the strongest of all the other competitors. It's different, I said. But not in the way you think. Why should drinking blood be so strange to you? You've seen Maroi do it? You've let Maroi do it? I flinched, not really wanting to dwell on how I used to let Lissa drink from me while we lived among humans. I certainly didn't want to think about the rush of endorphins that had come with that and how I'd nearly become an addict. They don't kill. They're missing out. It's incredible, he breathed. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. To drink the blood of another, to watch the life fade from them and feel it pour into you, it's the greatest experience in the world. Listening to him talk about killing others increased my nausea. It's sick and wrong. It happened so fast that I didn't have any time to react. Dimitri leapt out and grabbed me, pulling me to him and spreading me out on the couch. With his arms still wrapped around me, he positioned himself so that he was half beside me and half on top. I was too stunned to move. No, it's not. And that's where you have to trust me. You'd love it. I want to be with you, Rose. Really be with you. We're free of the rules that others put on us. We can be together now, the strongest of the strong, taking everything we want. We can eventually be as strong as Galena. We could have a place just like this, all our own. While his bare skin was still cold, the press of the rest of his body against mine was warm. The red in his eyes practically gleamed while this close, and as he spoke, I saw the fangs in his mouth. I was used to seeing fangs on Maroi, but on him, it was sickening. I briefly toyed with the idea of trying to break free but promptly dismissed it. If Dimitri wanted to hold me down, I would stay down. I don't want any of this, I said. Don't you want me? He asked with a wicked smile. You wanted me once.